Well, here we go. It is officially Wemby week, and the French phenom has arrived in the United States in advance of Thursday's draft. In fact, Wemby's going to be throwing out the first pitch for the New York Yankees tonight. Golden State forward Draymond Green has declined his $27.5 million player option. He's going to become a free agent. And Jeremy Fowler says the Cowboys and Tony Pollard, they want to reach a long-term deal.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. It is officially Wemby week. Wemby mania taking over
Everywhere.
the world. Dude is going to throw out the first pitch tonight at a Yankees game.
That's incredible.
Dude, I couldn't wait for him to throw out a first pitch at the Wolf, but he's going to start with Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, no offense to the Missions, but that's kind of lowering the bar, if you will, right after a Yankees game. Now, that's incredible, and tells everybody. I mean, the reach of this kid. I mean, it's amazing. Every time I think he can't surprise me as far as his celebrity and everything else. Something like this happens. It is incredible.
To be fair, though, at 7'6", should he have to create his own little mound around second base? I mean, with his reach, I mean, he's halfway to home plate before the ball leaves his hand.
Man, I tell you what. Well, it's going to be interesting to see if he can pitch. You think he can pitch?
That dude can do whatever he wants.
I guess so.
I mean,
we'll
he's
find out.
7'6" and gets on an airplane and has leg room. You saw those photos. He had leg room.
Oh, my goodness. It's going to be an incredible week, not only for us here in San Antonio, but certainly for the folks there in New York for the next couple of days. It just baffles me. It's incredible, the run and the play this kid is going to get and what he's getting already.
Dude, it's so fun to be relevant again in the NBA world. It's going to be so fun. Glad you guys are with us here. It's a Tuesday that feels like a Monday because yesterday we were off. Coming off of a Father's Day weekend. Joe Reinagel apparently didn't get enough rest. That big old yawn you had right before the show.
Did I have a yawn?
You had a ridiculous yawn. Those watching on YouTube could see your damn tonsils.
They look good, huh?
Not necessarily. Do you still have tonsils?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
Just checking.
I do, yeah. Never had those removed. But it's because of the long weekend. That doesn't mean just because you have a few days off means you're sitting at home resting and relaxing. You know, and you know, I'm getting a little long in the tooth for that. To just go.
I don't know. Yeah, you go until you can't go anymore.
I feel pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you think about, Joe Reinagel over the weekend, he posts on all his socials. Great Father's Day weekend. Picture of Joe in the pool. Hair is still perfect. How does that happen? I mean, do you not jump in and get your hair wet when you're in the pool? How does your hair in a swimming pool look like you're just walking off the TV set?
Well, first of all, don't be jealous. I mean,
Dude,
your jealousy
I mean,
showing. It really is.
It is what it is.
It's bad.
I mean,
no, in my little pool, you just kind of walk in and got these little floats, and Maggie got in, so we just snapped the picture right away. Sometimes, I'll get the hair wet. Sometimes, no.
I can't get in a pool, honestly, without just dunking immediately. That's part of getting into a swimming pool. Whether you dive in, you step in, at some point you submerge yourself and you're relaxing in a pool.
You can't dive into my pool, first of all.
No, trust me. But you can still get in and submerge yourself,
right,
and get your head wet, your face wet, all of that.
Sometimes I do that.
All right.
Sometimes I don't.
Okay.
And when we took that picture, we still had some plans to go somewhere for dinner. So, I don't want to have to start the whole process all over again.
So what I'm hearing, though, is you got in the pool, a couple of drinks, 18 hours later, you never went to dinner, right?
No. Oh,
you did?
We did.
So you got out of the pool and went to dinner?
Yeah. And the hair was still good. So all I had to do was change clothes and and I'm golden.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
It was a fun Father's Day, to say the least. Enjoyed it. Mimosas to start the day, and then other things after that, and then other things after that.
Mm-hmm.
It was great.
Other things. Mm-hmm. Reinagel, leaving it up to the imagination. Other things.
Well, I could tell you the whole thing. I mean, there's a couple of screwdrivers in there, and then some vodka and ginger ales, and then some red wine.
No wonder you're yawning today.
So yeah. So yesterday was kind of a chill day and recovery.
Man, I went and played golf on Saturday morning. The Incarnate Word Cardinals, their Forever First Foundation, played at the Hyatt Hill Country, which is 27 holes. It's so cool to see UIW's football team, but their support. When they started doing that like 10 years ago, I don't know, maybe they could fill up 8 or 9 teams. Now 27 holes and doubled up on every hole. It was a fun golf tournament, but you start drinking it at 8:00 in the morning.
Oh yeah,
because it was all free beer at the beginning. Man, load up your coolers because right now everything's free. And my goodness, that's a great way to start a Saturday.
It is good, and I'm glad that you guys started early. We played Saturday afternoon.
Oh man,
that it was like playing in an oven. And usually the heat doesn't bother me so much, but it was like, man. And there was even a wind blowing. We played in Kerrville, and the wind was blowing, but it was like a hot blow dryer blowing on you. It was hot, but golf is golf, and it's fun. As long as I can't play in cold weather, can't do it.
Sure,
Hot weather, I'm okay.
I don't mind the heat. This is what I don't understand, right? It's June 20th.
Yeah.
The oven is on.
It is.
The oven was, preheating last month and the month before. What I don't get is people that are from here, have been here 20 years or whatever. Oh, I'm not used to it being this hot. I'm not. Yeah, shut up. It's always hot.
It's always hot.
Can you tell the difference between 103 and 99? No,
you really can't.
It's hot. That's why we live here.
That's exactly right. And it's June.
It's June.
I mean, it's almost July, right? And it's the hottest weather hasn't gotten here yet. August is usually hotter than anything.
Well, that's it. And again, will I bitch when it's hot outside? Yes, I will.
Sure.
I mean, it comes with the territory. But do I need to take a picture of the car and say, what is this? I mean, I know I did that when I moved Erica to Phoenix in July a couple of years ago when it was 122, according to the rent car. That was dumb. I mean, but 108, 114, you see that on your car? All right,
That's a dry heat, Jason,
I get it. Well, in Phoenix, BS. It's same here.
No, here it was very humid on Saturday. That's the difference. I felt like I was in Houston.
But again, now I was playing golf. There was a good cloud cover, which certainly helped. I go to Houston and I sweat in places I didn't know I had.
Oh my gosh.
I sweated in all the places I was familiar with on the golf course. It wasn't that bad.
And we don't need to know where those places are. So you can end your story right there. That's great.
I wasn't going to get any more descriptive than that. We all know. We all know. But in Houston, you get swamp ass. Here you don't.
Oh,
I mean, that's the biggest difference.
Houston's unbelievable.
Yes.
With the humidity. But it was kind of like that. Even in Kerrville, when Kerrville's usually a little cooler, not Saturday. It was warm.
Yeah.
It was warm.
But the golf was good. And that's
golf is good.
That's all that really matters.
The golf courses are in great shape because of all the rain we had in May. So they're all in pretty good shape.
Yeah. So got home and did a little grilling. And I have to give you credit for the recommendation because you fire up the Traeger, get a cold beer, sit in the lawn chair.
Yeah.
And start picking off fly after fly after fly with my new bug assault. That
that's entertainment, isn't it?
For Father's Day, yes. That I mean, technically I just ordered it, but my wife made it a Father's Day present. That is fun.
Let me tell you something. I'm out ready to blast some flies yesterday, and my bug assault broke.
You broke your bug assault?
It broke. I've had it a couple of years, but it wouldn't cock. Right? So it wouldn't, so I couldn't shoot it. So I ordered a new one.
You got the fancy one, didn't you?
I did.
You realized mine was better. Mine was newer. So you broke yours.
I didn't
so
do
you
it
could
on
try
purpose.
to one up. Huh?
I didn't do it on purpose. I was perfectly happy with this, and I had the sight set right where I wanted. No bug was safe, and it was. I was very disappointed yesterday. I could not kill any flies.
Really?
It was disappointing in that respect.
I have run out of flies.
No, you haven't.
No, seriously.
Trust me, you have
seriously. I think I killed them all.
They're just regrouping.
Well, they might be, but to give you an idea, like I don't know how many I shot, and some you wonder did you get them or did you not? Because with the bug assault, you shoot at the fly, you don't see it fly up, but you can't find the fly body. There's no.
No, they're gone.
I mean, I don't know what this thing does to it, but the bug assault is a lot of fun.
It's fun, dude.
It's a lot of fun.
I'll tell you this. I even walk out into the backyard where the dogs have pooped. Because all the flies gather there.
Yeah.
And go to town.
Well, see, I don't have dogs anymore.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't have that.
I'll bring you some poop over so you'll have it.
Please don't. But even like when I was done grilling, everything, I was like, I don't want to go shoot some more flies, which is the stupidest, most redneck sounding thing I feel like I've ever done. But it's that much fun.
It's a blast.
So I go out there and I even take some leftover steak and I just put it on a tray. on a table in the backyard, waiting for the flies to show up, and none did. Really? I feel like I've killed them all. They're
smarter than you think. They know, hey, that crazy guy's got a gun now. We got to regroup, but they'll be back.
Well, I mean, I was going to call my neighbor and say, hey, dude, I'm coming over. Now, he's got little boys. So I can only imagine what a bug assault would be like at Hal's house.
Yeah, that wouldn't be good.
He was also out of town this weekend, and I just didn't feel comfortable just going into his backyard to kill flies. I didn't do that.
He would have appreciated it.
Yeah, I doubt it. But the thought crossed my mind that I was going to have to do this.
So you wait. You get home tonight. Go out on your back porch. They'll be back.
So you broke your bug assault.
I broke it.
You broke it on purpose to get a new one.
Dude, I'm telling you, I didn't do that.
Yes,
I was perfectly happy with it, but I'm going to,
No.
And it just, it broke.
I think James Pledger could vouch here. You saw that there were newer models, different ones than the one I got, and then Pledge showed you that night one. You were so excited. You knew Maggie would get on you if you ordered another one, but if you happen to break it, well, we've got to replace it.
I had bug assault envy. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, that's what it sounds like.
I wish I could say that I was that smart. I was perfectly happy with in fact, I just filled it up with salt.
Salt's cheap. You can.
I'm just saying it was fully.
You
was
couldn't
fully
cock
loaded.
it, huh?
No, it wouldn't cock. It would just. It wouldn't do it.
Did you turn the safety off?
The safety's off. Dude, I've had it for 2 years. I'm a pro with this thing.
Oh yeah.
And so, but yeah, you're trying to, and it just wouldn't. It wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So that one went bye-bye. The next one will be arriving here in the next day or two.
Did you get Amazon?
So I'll be back, of course.
Yeah, so it should be there today.
Well, it might be. It might be here today.
I appreciate the recommendation.
Well, I'm telling you,
bug assault is badass.
And I'm getting nothing out of this. I should be getting endorsements from this thing, but I'm just saying, all of you out there, if you want to have any outdoor fun this summer, the bug assault is for you.
Can we take one to Oxnard for Cowboys training camp?
Why not? Will that go in the suitcase? Will the airline have a problem with that?
I don't know that it could go on your carry-on.
No, not the carry-on, but like a regular suitcase.
I mean, unlike John Morant, it clearly looks like a toy. It's not a lighter.
I don't know.
It's not a lighter.
Well, I tell you what, why don't you try, Minix, and then we'll know.
No.
Put it in your bag, and then
put it in Spence's bag.
And then we'll know.
Well, we'll let Spence. He's got all the other equipment.
Exactly right.
Exactly. It's Wemby week in San Antonio. He has arrived in the United States to all kinds of fanfare. We're talking Wemby as we continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. If you're looking for authentic sausage, the kind you could find in butcher shops back in the old days, then Kielbasa smoked sausage is what you've been looking for. You see, Kielbasa makes their legendary smoked sausage in small 150-pound batches with only fresh, high-quality ingredients, never frozen meat. They never add fillers or chemicals that you can't pronounce. then it is smoked over real hardwood. Real smoke, honest meat, slow crafted. What they say is in their products is exactly what is in there. That is what they mean by honest meat. At Kielbasa, they are proud their ingredient list is short, straightforward, and doesn't require a PhD in chemistry to translate, because the only way they can guarantee Kielbasa will be the best sausage you've ever eaten is by using only real hardwood with their uncompromising slow-crafted method, fresh spices, and yes, only honest meat. No fillers, no enhancers. If it's not the best sausage you've ever eaten, just give Michael Kielbasa a call and he'll give your money back. His phone number is on the back of every package sold. Real smoke, honest meat, slow crafted. Go get some Kielbasa today.
The number one pick in the 2023 NBA draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
It's the NBA Draft and Wemby to the Spurs. Live coverage Thursday night at 6 on your home for Wemby Mania. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Guys, did you know that June is Men's Health Month? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your hormones are serious business, and most men start to see changes in their hormone levels starting in their 30s. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Get your T levels checked today by a local, experienced, and trusted healthcare professional. Revive Men's Health has successfully helped thousands of men since 2011. Experience and results matter. So, what are you waiting for? Call Revive today to schedule your free testosterone test and free exam. We know we can help you. We guarantee it. Celebrate Men's Health Month. Get your free T-level test and save $199. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
You don't plan for a computer virus. You don't plan to lose files. You don't plan to knock your laptop off the counter. And you don't plan for your PC to crash or your screen to freeze. But Staples has a plan. A plan for unlimited virus protection. A plan for help when you need it 24/7. Staples Total Support Plans are your tech plans for the unplanned, starting as low as $199.99. And although you didn't plan for this, right now at Staples you can also get $250 off select computers. N729 in-store only. See associate for details.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get the ultra smooth, ultra powerful iPhone 11 for $49.99.
He didn't stutter.
See every angle with dual cameras.
Make it a double.
All on America's largest 5G networks.
Large and in charge, baby.
Get with the power of Boost and get the iPhone 11 for $49.99.
That's half a Benjamin.
Boost Mobile.
Unleash your power.
ID verification required. New customers only at one per line. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
We see some patients who come in and they have been in just so much pain for so long that they are just deflated.
But that's about to change because QC Kinetics provides hope for relief using all new regenerative treatments that concentrate your body's own healing properties into aching hips, back, shoulders, and knees. And Dr. Zuckerman, a medical director at QC Kinetics, loves watching the patient transformations.
One of the most amazing things is when I get to see a patient who, after a few months of our treatments, is just a completely different person. They are smiling and happy, and the weight of the world is off their shoulders because we were able to take away their pain.
And that's with no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime.
It's just amazing to be able to change people's lives like that. It's very gratifying.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318. 210-571-0318.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, it is Wemby week, so we're going to talk Wemby. Then when we come back from break, Wemby again. And just for fun, one more time with some more Wemby. It's Wemby week, it's Wemby watch, and we're going to be out at that Root Pub on Thursday afternoon, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. with the Blitz. Now back to the Blitz. Joe, that was a cute little floaty you were floating in out there in the pool yesterday.
It's awesome.
Wemby week here on Wemby 94.1 FM. San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagle. I'm Jason Minix. You heard Rudy J mention the Brew Pub, and that is where we are going to be Thursday night for the draft. To celebrate the number one pick, the Roo is going to have their new Wemby burger. French faux gras. Frog gras.
Frog gras.
Frog gras.
Yeah.
So the man that looks like the maitre d' has got to correct me every time I say that. James Pledger wearing a full-on tuxedo today.
Yeah, it really is. I asked him if he's going to the Oscars or if he had a date, and he said no.
White shirt, bow tie,
Yeah,
black coat.
but it's like
Pocket
black
square?
felt. What do you call that?
It's
Velvet.
velvet.
Black velvet. Woo.
Mm-hmm.
Pleasure, you shouldn't let that outfit go to waste.
French foie gras, black truffle sauce, Kobe beef, French onion strings for $1. Yingling flights, Yingling lagers, all the Yingling beers for $1 as well to celebrate that number one pick.
It's going to be a lot of fun. It's where it started, right? That's where we were when the lottery balls bounced correctly.
Uh-huh.
And so it's only fitting that we're back at the Rue Pub when it actually comes to fruition.
Anytime there's a big event, something going on, Rue Pub.
Yeah.
Rue Pub.
Absolutely.
Dollar Wemby burgers. Dollar
that's
beers.
pretty cool.
Dollar Yinglings.
That's pretty cool.
Joe Reinagel. Yeah, it's going to be a fun time.
Absolutely. I can't wait for a couple of dollar Yinglings.
The city, will it shut down on Wemby Day? That's what Just Wing It is asking on the YouTube page. You can always watch us on YouTube. Subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star channel. We can do that. I look at the city's not going to shut down, but ain't nobody getting anything done.
Probably not. Although maybe, well,
he's showing up on Saturday is going to be the big event. So there won't be the normal shutdown. They still haven't said where.
Nope.
I mean, because I have a feeling it could almost be like Easter. If they said it was going to be here, people are going to start camping out on Wednesday.
They will.
I mean, just to see this guy, and you realize how big of an international star that he is. He showed up in New York over the weekend, and there were some photos of him on the plane.
Yep.
I don't think he was expecting the massive crowd, and I appreciate seeing Spurs fans, Spurs jerseys with the number one on it, his name, it's already there, but even he was a little taken aback by the crowd that greeted him at the airport.
Victor, did you expect all this?
I don't know. I didn't know what flight I was on, but, it's fun. Seeing that you can have such impact on people.
It's crazy because I saw that video and there were people in Spurs jerseys. There were people in all kinds of stuff just wanting to get a look at this guy, get an autograph or whatever the case may be. It was nuts. And that's just the beginning. Can you imagine? He hadn't seen anything yet.
Well,
when he comes here, it's going to be incredible.
It will be interesting to see what it's like for him tonight throwing out the first pitch at the Yankee game.
I hope he can pitch.
Who the hell cares, right? I know he can block shots and make baskets. That's what he's paid to do.
He can do that.
But then, you go back to lottery night.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the Rue Pub. San Antonio's getting the number one pick. Rue goes nuts. That's what it sounded like in the Rue Pub. That's straight off of my phone, the video from my phone. It was nuts in there. Then you realize the whole city was that way. And since then, this is like, we know what's going to happen. Brian Wright, in talking to the San Antonio Express News yesterday, there's no doubt who they're taking at number one. There is no doubt.
Of course not.
We know what's going to happen, but I think the reaction when it is officially official is going to be insane.
It's going to be crazy, and I expect a big roar of the crowd at the Rue Pub again on Thursday night. There's no doubt. I mean, it will then be officially official. What's tough is that, we've all had to wait a month for this to happen. The balls fall, got the number one pick, and then you got to wait a month for it to actually be official.
Well, I mean, and it's fun. It's like Christmas morning. You know what you're getting. You just have to wait for it. And we are waiting. But it's not like a secret. Hell, Zach Collins talking to a West Texas TV station over the weekend talked about what it was going to be like with Wemby joining the Spurs.
Every day you go against somebody that's 3 or 4 inches taller than you, when you're a 7-footer. So just that alone is always fun, man. It's always, and on top of that, as talented as this kid is, we're all just excited to have him on the team and to, introduce him to how we do things here, help him along the way. I think, again, going back to the organization, man, I think there's not many other places better to start your career than San Antonio, just because of their culture, their pedigree of winning. So I think all that's going to help them. But as far as competition goes, we're going to go at it every single day. I mean, every practice we had this year was super competitive, so it's only going to get even more and more competitive. So we're looking forward to having them.
Yeah, I like Zach Collins, and I think Zach is motivated, obviously, to play well this week or this year because he's in a contract year. But I think coming and having the big fella already, and I'm talking about Collins, so Wemby can do what Wemby does on the outside on the perimeter. So that could fit nicely. And again, but I've been saying, we know what's going to happen on draft night. Number one, Wemby. What are the Spurs going to do after that? That's what I'm curious about.
And that is still a question. And going with what Brian Wright told the Express News, could they package a couple of those second-round picks and move back into the first? Possibly. Seemed pretty emphatic no when talking about moving either a Keldon or a Devin Vassell. They want to build around those guys with Wemby, Sohan, and we'll see what happens. What I do feel like is, Spurs are coming off a disastrous year win-wise, right?
Yes.
They'll be better next year. Although when you look at Vegas right now, it seems like if you get to Vegas, put some money on the Spurs because they don't have that win total jumping all that much. I do expect once Wemby is official, that will change. But even Zach Collins says they're going to be better next year than they were this past.
We definitely are going to be better than we were last year.
Well, duh. You whirl out of bed better.
A lot of core guys that have been on this team, and now we're coming into my third year with the team, and I feel like we just got better every single year individually. Our rookies last year were really good, and they've had a whole year to grow and to fail and to learn. And like you said, on top of that, we have a very high draft pick that's going to help us out a lot. So I'm very excited. I hope that we all can take a leap this summer. And I think I said it. We're going to go as far as our defense takes us next year. We have to be better defensively, and I think if we can lock in on that, the offense is going to come for sure. So I'm excited, man. I'm really looking forward to it. We got a good group of guys, and we're hungry for sure.
Well, I mean, automatically with Wemby, 7'5", your defense is going to be a little bit better.
Because Zach Collins just sounds like such a Spur, doesn't he?
He does.
I mean, you're talking to a TV station in West Texas. I don't think the guy was really wanting to get like the philosophical coach speak type answer there. Dude, you're getting Wemby. You're going to be better. You're going to try.
How did a West Texas TV station get a hold of Zach Collins?
I don't know. He must have been out there doing something, don't you figure?
Right?
That's
a camp or something,
well, I mean, guys are all over the place this time of year. I saw Jeff McDonald from the San Antonio Express News. He was boarding a plane to New York, and Jeremy Sohan is on the plane. And Jeff tweeted a natural colored hair Jeremy Sohan. So I don't know.
What is his natural hair color?
I have no idea. I mean, is he going incognito? I don't want to be recognized at the airport, so no, it's part of a deal that he's doing with NBA TV.
What's up, guys? It's Jeremy Sohan here, and I'll be the NBA's player correspondent for the NBA draft. I'm letting you guys on that special occasion pick my hair color. So go on the NBA app and go vote. You have the choices of lavender, pink, lime green, and black and silver. Make me look good.
Well, black and silver, right? I mean, that's kind of a no-brainer.
Sure.
Do you think if somebody's going to vote for lavender or pink?
I mean, I don't know that I think I would ever go vote in a what color should a man make his hair be. I don't know that's a poll I would participate in.
I would. I'm going black and silver. In fact, I'm going in there.
You're gonna go find that?
Where'd he say to go?
Pledge, where'd he say to go?
What's up, guys? It's Jeremy Sohan here, and I'll be the NBA's player correspondent for the NBA draft. I'm letting you guys on that special occasion pick my hair color. So go on the NBA app and go vote.
You got to go on the NBA app.
On the NBA app.
Yes.
I think I have that.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. You're going to go download it just to vote black and silver.
Black and silver. I mean,
dude, I mean, it's cool that a Spur is going to be doing something like that. Dare I say, it's cool that the Spurs are allowing a Spur to do something like that because it doesn't feel like the Spurs way.
Well, that's why I was shocked about the West Texas TV station.
I mean,
I'm not sure the Spurs knew about that.
Well, I mean, but it's the offseason. Guys can do that. Just like Keldon Johnson showing up at Slackers the other night.
Yeah.
You know, in the offseason, they can do things like that. During the season, it's a whole different way. It's just kind of cool that, you know, Jeremy's going to be a part of the NBA coverage.
I think it's cool,
with the
too.
draft.
Yeah. No, I think it's cool. And it makes sense with the Spurs getting the number 1 draft pick. You have a Spur taking care of the reporting duties. It's going to be fun. And I would assume his first interview after the draft, Wemby.
Maybe.
That'll be interesting.
I mean, teammates.
Yeah.
I would think. That would make sense.
Makes sense to me.
Wemby week is here. The draft is on Thursday. Already some drama. CP3 gone from Phoenix. Zion just getting hammered by his ex. Woo! This stuff with Zion.
I don't know if it's his ex, right? It's just kind of the porn star on the side.
Well, but I think the porn star on the side didn't realize she was on the side.
I don't think so.
I think that's part of the problem.
Woo!
Porn star with a wild Twitter. Videos to follow.
That's what I hear. Whoa.
Yeah. Talk about airing all the dirty laundry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll dive into that as we continue here on the Blitz. If you're a business owner, a manager, a club leader, and you need your logo on any kind of gear, make sure you get into Sammy's Embroidery and Printing down on San Pedro. You want your logo on a nice fishing shirt, a golf shirt, a dress shirt, Sam will get you taken care of. Maybe you need T-shirts screen printed, go see Sam. He has over 700 uniform lines to choose from all kinds of industries. If you need caps, he has over 12,000 caps and more than 75 color combinations on display in his showroom, including the popular Richardson 112 style trucker caps. Sammy's Embroidery and Printing. Nobody has better prices. Sam has all the big name brands, and he's the only company in Texas with 1-day turnaround. No order too small, certainly no order too big, and all items do come with a warranty. Call 210-824-3900, 824-3900, or better yet, go by that massive showroom down on San Pedro. 1 mile inside Loop 410, next to Big Lots across from McDonald's, or check the website samsembroidery.com for Sammy's Embroidery Club.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside. Repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug. Get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
over there
are statistically,
it's still alive.
Unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. STEM, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Welcome to What If, the show where I, Jake from State Farm, answer your insurance what ifs. We've got a call from Millie. What's up?
Hi, Jake. What if, hypothetically, a moose gets mad at my car and rams into my windshield? Hypothetically.
Oh, just file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Great, but what if the moose receipts, my phone, hypothetically.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get the ultra smooth, ultra powerful iPhone 11 for $49.99.
He didn't stutter.
See every angle with dual cameras,
Make it a double.
all on America's largest 5G networks.
Large and in charge, baby.
Get with the power of Boost and get the iPhone 11 for $49.99.
That's half a Benjamin.
Boost Mobile.
Unleash your power.
ID verification required. New customers only. Get one per line. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Nothing is every day.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
All guests appearing on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star appear on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
You know, for a Mother's Day, you're expected to make reservations, go out to a nice dinner, brunch. Father's Day, you're expected to barbecue. And if you fired up your barbecue pit over the weekend to make your own great steak, I know you took a picture of it. Make sure you upload that photo at sasportstar.com because every Thursday we give a $50 gift card away to Tri-County Meat Market's Evener Road location. We call it Grilling with the Blitz. So take those photos, upload them there at sasportstar.com.
I saw a great meme the other day about Father's Day. They had 2 pictures side by side. One was like a fancy steakhouse, Mother's Day. The other one was like IHOP, Father's Day.
Yeah, that's for breakfast.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Moms get treated much better than dads.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it goes.
I had to make my own steak.
Yeah, dang.
Which I prefer to do. But it's one of those things. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix, The Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star as we get ready for Wemby Day, which is Thursday here in San Antonio. There's so much other drama when it comes to the NBA. And one of those dominoes fell over the weekend when Chris Paul found out, and we found out, that he was being dealt away from the Phoenix Suns to Washington for Bradley Beal. I think this is a hell of a first move for the Phoenix Suns. They're not done yet, but unloading Chris Paul and adding a Bradley Beal to that mix, I think, is a brilliant move for the Phoenix Suns.
Well, I think they're kind of chicken poop, personally, the way they did Chris Paul.
Well,
I mean, to do a guy like that where he finds out on an airplane, I mean, come on. Can you not have the courtesy to call the guy and say, hey, Chris, we got this deal with Washington. We love you, but, you know, we got an opportunity. For him, I mean, that's terrible. That's like, you know, finding out, I don't know, your dog died on Twitter.
Well, I mean, to think that he didn't know is, on his part, I think, disingenuous. Was it finalized while he was on an airplane? Do we know that he was actually answering the phone when people were calling? He was on Harry and Fitz, or Fitz and Harry, earlier this afternoon, and he talked about the idea of how you find out, when you find out. It is part of the business.
It's crazy because I'm very vocal and communicative to the team, and I talk to them. I talk to Matt. I talk to James. You know what I mean? James, we was president and vice president with the union for a long time. So, of course, in this business, you got to do what you got to do. Probably, if anything, maybe just at least I mean, they knew I was flying to New York. Maybe give me a second, let me land and talk to me or call me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just crazy. The business is what it is.
I mean, yeah, why not wait? I mean, you've already made the deal. You know he's flying. Just say, hey, this happened.
Well,
Thank you.
It's not like the Suns made an announcement. It broke on Twitter because the NBA insiders like Woj and Shams are good at what they do. Right? So
well, sure, but I mean, it happened, right? I mean, what did somebody from Phoenix called Woj or Shams?
Well, maybe somebody from Washington did. Maybe Bradley Beal's agent was like, holy crap, I did it. I mean, we don't know where the news broke from. It sucks if you're Chris Paul. But when he got on that plane, he knew that those conversations were going on.
He had
to have.
He's not going to stay in Washington.
He won't play a second for the Wizards.
They will buy him out, and he'll end up with LeBron in Los Angeles.
Well, I mean, and it's possible. Did you see the Twitter's an amazing thing. There was a tweet from February where Chris Paul must have done something good, and the Phoenix Suns official Twitter account tweeted, "Chris Paul, you are a wizard." As if they knew. As if they knew.
Wow.
Will he end up with the Lakers? You know, somewhere David Stern is rolling over saying, wait a minute, what? But you look at this. Now, Draymond Green is on vacation right now in France with LeBron. Photos of those two together in France. He's declined his player option with the Golden State Warriors, although it's expected, or the Warriors are at least saying we want him back. But if you're Draymond, do you stay in Golden State?
Well, I think it depends on what happens. I don't know. It's July 1st, right? This is when these guys can start talking. I think that's the free agent period when that all starts. So that's coming up pretty quick. Kyle Kuzma also declined his player option today. I just saw. So a lot of those guys are doing that. There may be some pieces for the picking out and about, but I think Draymond ends up with Golden State. What are they going to do with the rest of those guys? Klay Thompson's a guy.
Well, so Klay Thompson, and here's the hard part about sports. The way you're talking about CP3, the business side of it is very cold.
Sure.
Could they have given him more of a heads up? I mean, Chris Paul is doing all this media because he's trying to promote a book. All this stuff is on a schedule. In the middle of that, you get fired. Right? It happens.
Well, you get shipped to Washington, which is about the same thing.
Well, or Phoenix, your current team says bye-bye.
Yeah, right.
Which, in essence, saved him about $15 million. So things aren't all that bad for Chris Paul. But Draymond, will he have options? You look at Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson appears to be done.
Man,
right?
He sure was in the playoffs.
He just, seems done. Do you keep him around because he's been a part of that core for a long time?
Yeah, that's interesting.
I mean, do you give him all that money?
We were talking about, loyalty, but no, not when it comes to all that money. No, you don't. I don't know what his contract situation is, but
he's got a year left on with I don't know, 30, 40 million, whatever it is. The one thing I know, Draymond won't end up in Phoenix because they don't have the money. I mean, with all the money they're playing Devin Booker and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, I don't know how Matt Ishbia is going to be able to pay all those guys. He's paying the luxury tax for sure.
Yeah, he won't.
And they still need a guard.
Going to be interesting to see, right? I mean, you got to give Phoenix some credit. Although Bradley Beal has not been the most reliable player in the world, he's another one of those guys that tends to spend a lot of time on the bench with an injury or two. So, I don't know. Is that going to help him or is it not? I don't know. Dame Lillard's the guy that I'm interested in because obviously Miami is making a hard push for Dame, but Portland's saying they want to keep him. But I think a lot of that is going to depend on what they do and who they bring in. Then I'm hearing that, maybe Portland makes a run at Zion. I don't know. So there could be a lot of drama in this leading up the next couple of days into the draft and beyond, because I don't know. And then Zion, I don't know, his stock is dropping, so to speak.
Well,
because I don't know this. I mean, he's got one of those fatal attractions going on.
Now you look at let's unpack all of this. Dame Lillard has been very loyal to Portland.
He has.
And I don't know that he wants to leave. Although if he left, I don't know if anybody at this point would be mad at him.
I wouldn't.
They've got the number 3 pick.
Mm-hmm.
So do they trade away that number 3 pick to New Orleans to try to get Zion? To think that a whole bunch of NBA guys aren't having wild sexcapades like Zion is having is you're living under a rock. Just most of the time it doesn't end up on Twitter. And threatening a sex tape dropping, is that big of a deal in 2023 compared to years and years and years ago? Unless there's some weird stuff on that tape that Zion's going to be embarrassed about.
Well, his wife might think so. Remember, she's pregnant.
Well, is it his wife or is it a girlfriend?
No, his wife is pregnant.
Well,
or I don't know if it's his wife.
I don't think they're married. I just think
girlfriend.
I just think he's got more. He's got at least one pregnant.
So Zion's frisky, is what we're learning.
Sure. How old is Zion?
He's a young man, so yeah.
Are you surprised?
No, not at all.
He's a young man with a whole lot of money. Yeah, he's got his options.
Yeah, he does.
And the one in which we know way more about his sexual life with is put it all out there on Twitter and is now threatening videos, is screenshotting money that he is sending her and how to do wire transfers and all kinds of stuff. I don't know how much that really hurts him in the eyes of the NBA brass, in the sense of this ain't anything new.
Look, if I'm Zion, and I'm not talking about any rough stuff, but I'm sending a couple of guys with suits with a suitcase full of money and say, here, it's all you're getting. You keep with this up. I'm not responsible. Go away.
Well, you wonder though, is the OnlyFans model, is she starting to extort him?
I thought she was a porn star.
Porn star, OnlyFans. I mean, all of it. I mean, but is there? I'm actually, in all seriousness, is she borderline breaking laws? When you think about extortion, when you think about threatening to drop videos online, that whole online bullying law that is there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Most of the time, I think that was, you hear about it to protect ladies, but in this case, would that law apply to protect Zion from that video or those videos getting released without any ramifications coming her way?
I don't know. What's her name? Didn't have any say so. The blonde girl.
Which one?
The famous one, the lifeguard on.
You mean Pam Anderson?
Pam Anderson, that's her.
Well, but back then they didn't have rules and laws like that. Now they do, right? But that's what I mean. I mean, sex tapes have been around for so long. The idea of her dropping a sex tape, all right, if you're Zion.
Well, yeah, as long as you're, not embarrassing yourself and doing something freaky, I would imagine if, everything's everything, you probably get some street cred out of that from your buddies.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
But it will be interesting to see. Is that real? Pledge is showing us that Mariah Mills' account has now been suspended.
Oh, wow. By Twitter.
Yes.
Zion beat the Chargers.
When did that happen?
I don't know what that means.
Literally, it says 2:43. So that just happened?
Yeah, Barstool Sports is reporting this.
All right. Well, see, there you go. I'm sure there's burner accounts everywhere.
I'm sure there is.
I mean, she seems pretty creative. She'll get the message out.
Wow.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Elon took this long to say, well, we can't have that.
Interesting. I don't know. Zion may end up moving to Portland anyway.
And you wonder, and then you kind of come back to Chris Paul. Where does Chris Paul end up? Does he end up with the Lakers? I know a lot of you out there have said Spurs. The answer is it ain't going to be San Antonio. It's not. Chris Paul was asked on Fitz and Harry earlier today here on ESPN Radio, and you might have heard this right here on 94.1. What is he looking for in his new team?
I think at all times you just want to be somewhere where you can compete for a championship and definitely be with a team where you appreciate it.
Well, he'd be appreciated here, but I'm not sure about the competing for a championship.
Not with what's left of his career.
No.
Soon.
Hopefully, right? Hopefully.
Tim Duncan took 2 years.
Well, Tim Duncan already had a pretty nice foundation.
This is true, but, Wemby's going to get compared too. It took Timmy 2 years.
I get that, but unless David Robinson reincarnates himself, I don't think that's that may not be possible.
I don't know that David has ever been not the tallest guy on the team.
I get that.
So, no.
There was already a pretty good foundation here, and you could say that the Spurs have a good young foundation here, but I think it's a little bit different when Timmy got here. I think they were in a lot better shape than they are now.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. If you've been thinking about how to secure the value of your assets and grow your wealth, you need to think gold. Go to the website noblegoldinvestments.com and learn about what Noble Gold can do for you. Gold is a very safe investment to secure your wealth, especially if you're planning long term. If you're not sure how to buy gold, that's not a problem. I didn't know how to buy gold until I went to noblegoldinvestments.com. They email you their gold and silver investors guide. They walk you through everything. Very much a very easy customer process, white glove, if you will, the concierge of what you need to do. And you think about the long-term trend for gold, it will blow you away. A lot of people wish they would have bought gold 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, either in physical gold or an IRA. Don't wish you did this down the road. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com today. You're welcome to use promo code STAR for a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin that they're offering people that qualify. Noblegoldinvestments.com is the website to go to. Noblegoldinvestments.com.
It's R&R in the morning.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, it's Wemby week. We'll keep the Wemby watch rolling. And where does Mike McCarthy rank amongst his peers?
We'll also look around the NBA for other trades that might need to happen. Zion, you listening? As far as Mike McCarthy, I think some NFC East fans might be a little upset with this ranking. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
I kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked, classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 and Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
For over 17 years, the award-winning legal team at George Salinas Injury Lawyers has been representing personal injury victims all across Texas. Have you been injured in an accident? George Salinas is ready to represent you with free consultations, 24/7 availability, and no attorney fees unless we win. George Salinas Injury Lawyers will help you get the results you need so you can focus on recovery. If you've been injured, one call could change your entire case. Call George Salinas Injury Lawyers, 210-225-0909, or visit georgesalinas.com.
George gets justice.
Guys, stop what you're doing. Give me a few seconds of your time and let me give you a piece of advice that will change your love life forever. Have you noticed you've been losing a little pep in your step? Has your lady friend asked you, is everything okay? Do you find yourself having trouble rising for the occasion? Do you stress out before that special moment and wonder, is it gonna work? Guys, I'm going to let you in on a big secret. You don't ever have to worry again. The Mojo Male Enhancement Formula has you covered. Mojo is the 100% guaranteed male enhancement formula that guarantees lasting success, if you know what I mean. The Mojo Male Enhancement Formula is safe, natural, and effective every single time, guaranteed. Mojo is available in a fast-acting spray and a quick-action capsule. Do yourself and her a favor and call Pure Line Nutrition in San Antonio today. They'll get you set up for success. Call 210-494-2210. That number again is 210-494-2210. Mojo Male Enhancement, only available at Pure Line Nutrition.
Anytime we get together, we never know if it's going to be the time that will make the memory that we never forget.
One Night with Dave Chappelle, live in concert, July 12th, AT&T Center. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Subscribe to Chappelle's podcast, The Midnight Miracle on Luminary, to get info and special ticket access to select venues.
Hey, it's Joe Reinagel, and this is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1, a San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You know, I was in the Bahamas a week ago.
You were?
I was. A lot of ocean activities planned. And I see a video of a guy getting eaten by a shark in Brazil.
Yeah. Wait, was that in Brazil or Egypt?
Or Egypt.
One of those. I know what you're talking about.
I just saw a guy that got eaten by a shark.
That's horrible.
It was a horrible video.
Yes.
We've all seen it.
We have.
Since then, it seemed like sharks are all over the place. I don't know if these are new videos, current videos. I saw one today. The shark literally was just jumped in some dude's boat.
Yeah.
I mean, it scared the holy crap out of all those guys.
Well, of course it did.
Which is understandable. And then I'm reading about a fisherman who thought he was going to win a contest, a fishing tournament, and a whole lot of money, almost $3 million on a line, and a shark screwed it all up.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not sure. It's a 619-pound blue marlin is what they reeled in and beat the competition by like 200 pounds, right? So they easily win this thing, $2.77 million. Now, I'm not sure if the shark actually, as they're reeling the blue marlin in, took a bite, or if this fish had survived a shark attack prior. Either way, it was mangled on the face a little bit, and apparently that's a disqualification.
So it weighed the 600 some odd pounds.
619 and change.
Weighed after they got it into the boat.
Yes.
So it probably was a little bit more before the shark took a snack, right?
Well,
but because it was an ugly fish, a partially eaten fish,
that's it.
That disqualified them. So not only did it have to have the weight measurements and the length, it also had to win the beauty pageant.
That's exactly right.
I mean, they looked at that and went, well, nobody's going to mount that. You lose. $3 million.
It's incredible. It was 27.8% bigger than the winner, apparently. And so, yeah, I mean, it's just
the judge's brother-in-law, the second place guy that ended up with almost $3 million for this.
Well, now here's the deal. If you're the people that actually won, I mean, are you laughing and just taking your money and celebrating? Or
yes.
Yeah?
Yes, you are.
Because your fish that was a lot smaller didn't get eaten by a shark.
I'm told size doesn't matter. They won.
Well, somebody lied to you. Okay, so first of all,
almost $3 million.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they give a damn that they would have lost if a shark had not taken a bite out of the other team's fish?
I tell you,
they won.
It's really they didn't win.
Well, no, they won second place. They won.
They lucked into.
Well, who cares? They got $3 million. And a fish story this big.
That's the stupidest disqualification I think I've ever heard of. They had to get extra points for real. This marlin, they finally ended its life. The shark couldn't do it.
You think about what this marlin has survived. Survived a shark, but couldn't survive that guy's fishing rod. He should get bonus points.
I agree.
I agree with you.
He should have. They should have doubled his money. Holy cow. Yeah, the shark, a little wimpy shark, couldn't handle this 600-pound beast.
Little wimpy shark. $3 million to catch a fish.
Unbelievable.
I'm doing it wrong.
Yeah, no kidding.
You know what I mean?
Can you even imagine reeling in a 600-pound fish?
Dude, I know what it's like to reel in a red in Rockport. No, I couldn't imagine what 600 pounds is like.
Damn.
You
That's
think
incredible.
Think about fighting with a red, you know. No, I couldn't imagine pulling in a marlin, although I imagine the rods and the machinery is assisting quite a bit with that.
Well, which is another whole point. I mean, should that be real fishing?
Yes, it's real
I
fishing.
mean, no,
When
you've got your rod and reel and bring it in.
When I was in the Navy, we used to take old meat.
Yeah.
Depending on where we were at in the world. But I probably saw this happen a dozen times where they would take old meat, put it on these big grappling hooks, throw them in. Sharks would bite into that, and then you'd reel it up, and the cooks would carve it up, and we'd have shark.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how you caught the shark.
Doesn't matter.
You had a shark.
Well, those dudes, the shark jumped in their boat. You
That's
let him
it.
flash around until he dies.
They get They get credit for catching a shark.
You got it.
I've never seen a shark jump like that before in that video, but we used to get dolphins on that would land on our ship in rough seas. You'd go, you know how the boat goes down and then comes up, and you'd come up and there'd be a dolphin on the deck.
What'd you do with it?
Well, it depends on what did I do with it?
What'd you do with it,
I didn't do
Jason?
a damn thing.
Yeah,
Just watch and laugh and go, holy crap, that's a dolphin. It depends. If it survived, it would end up back in the water.
If it survived the fall onto the ship.
Yes.
Okay.
If it didn't survive, it ended up dinner.
Wow, dolphin, flipper. You're eating flipper?
You know, it's weird. I'm not the biggest seafood guy, so a lot of guys got really excited about that.
Yeah.
I was not one of them.
KTFM Floresville on YouTube and always at sasportstar.com. sasportstar.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is officially Wemby week, and we are talking a lot of Wemby. In fact, Wemby has arrived to the United States in advance of Thursday's draft. Going to throw out the first pitch for the New York Yankees tonight. That's how big this guy is. Draymond Green has declined his $27.5 million player option, will become a free agent. Cowboys and Tony Pollard apparently working on a long-term deal that is team-friendly.
Sports Center is brought to you by Kielbasa Slow Crafted Sausage, available at your local grocery stores.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. Wemby Week here on 94.1. Wemby Week here in San Antonio. It's going to be a great week.
Well, I tell you, it is. It's going to be a fun week watching. I just wonder if Wemby has an itinerary.
Yes.
That he's, has to do the next couple of days.
Well, he's going to throw out the first pitch tonight of the Yankees.
Right,
game.
we got that.
Imagine if you were in New York over the weekend.
Are the Mets jealous, though?
Well, the Mets are in Houston kicking the Astros ass.
Okay.
Although the Cardinals beat the Mets on Sunday.
Well, they beat San Francisco. Or they started. You're right.
Yeah.
They took 2 out of 3 from the Mets.
Yeah,
sure did.
Neighbor Hal was at that game. He was really upset that the Mets blew that game to the
Cardinals have actually won 3 in a row.
Well, the Astros. It's not time to panic yet, Astro fans. Underline yet.
Going to St. Louis, is it All-Star break weekend coming up?
No.
It's not. When is the All-Star break?
In July.
Wow.
It's in July.
Well, they're not at home.
They're not at home, so you figure it must be All-Star break?
No, but there's a gap in the schedule.
Yeah.
I'm going to look again.
You're a piss poor planner, aren't you?
I am.
It's a good thing you're not in charge of Wemby's schedule this week.
I wouldn't have him throwing out the first pitch for the Yankees.
Why not?
Jeez.
I mean, he's about to own the world.
Okay.
Right?
So you honestly think when he has that Spurs jersey on and he goes back to New York to play the Knicks, they're going to be, Wemby.
Yes.
No, they're not.
Yes. He's going to sell out every arena that he shows up to.
So you think they're going to be cheering for him?
Cheering for and showing up to watch are two different things. I mean, it's going to be like, Kobe Bryant coming to town, LeBron James coming to town. There are players that you see, Giannis is coming. I want to go to that game. Zion is, I want to see those guys in person. Wemby is going to be that guy, especially the rookie year. It depends on which one of the gazillion nicknames stick. Will it be Alien? Will it be, I don't know, Unicorn?
The Eiffel Tower.
That ain't going to happen.
I don't want the unicorn. I mean, come on. That just sounds.
Dude, you know what I mean? He could do all kinds of NIL deals with New Braunfels ISD.
Well, I get that. And no offense to the fine folks in New Braunfels, but unicorn doesn't exactly scream tough.
Yeah, say that. Tell that to Cliff Kingsbury.
Well, I will. I would say that to Cliff.
He's heard it all. Every unicorn has.
Absolutely.
Every unicorn has. Had to toughen them up. Wemby week. We'll talk more Wemby here in a bit, but it's 3:05.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. Two guys, two opinions, never enough time.
Nothing like a couple of unemployed guys sitting around talking about how if they got a job, they could dominate. And that's what you're getting with Dalvin Cook and DeAndre Hopkins, at least the Dalvin Cook side of things. Apparently, they've been talking a lot.
Well, he wants to team up with DeAndre, or said that would be pretty cool to do that. DeAndre actually had a couple of interviews, Titans, and then he went to the Patriots.
Is it true that the Titans flew him in on Southwest?
I have no idea.
They flew him Southwest.
Okay.
That means they didn't really care.
What's wrong with that?
Well, that's my corporate jet.
That's exactly right.
I'm not DeAndre Hopkins looking for $10 million a year.
I think DeAndre's fine. He probably had an A 1 through 15. I'm sure they upgraded him.
I'm sure they did. I'm sure they did. But if I'm a pro athlete and a team is flying me in, at the very least, okay, you're not sending the jet? All right. First class? Here's my American. No, we're Southwest. Southwest? All right. Upgrade.
Well, it's probably a straight flight from Arizona, straight into Nashville.
I'm just saying.
Where if you fly anybody else, you're landing in Dallas. No straight flights anywhere.
I don't know. I just thought it was odd when I saw that he flew him in on Southwest.
Well, I guess that might be a deal breaker then.
Well, I mean, I think you realize. When Tennessee says they don't have any money to give me that $10 million a year, they really mean it because I flew Southwest.
Yeah.
They didn't even send drink coupons. And you wonder why he left without a deal. Still doesn't have one.
Did he fly to New England? Did they fly to the Southwest fly there?
To Boston? Yeah, I was just on that flight.
There you go.
It took a while.
I wonder what they did.
I don't know, but
I bet Kraft didn't send the company plane.
I guess something with first class,
maybe
business class. Southwest. Look, I appreciate it. Nobody loves Southwest more than I do. But if I'm a pro athlete and I'm going in for a visit and they're sending me a plane ticket, I think when I got the ticket for Southwest, I think I would have been like, all right, this isn't going to go well.
I'm not good. I'm not going.
This isn't going to go well.
But he went.
He went.
He met with the Titans. Looked like he had a great time.
We all do everything we can for Miles.
For Miles. Oh, so you think he's a frequent flyer? He's a rapid rewards guy.
I'm sure he's got a number.
I'm sure he does.
Use the points for somebody.
Maybe that's how the Titans got him there. Rewards points.
Oh, I'm sure. Dalvin Cook, though, talks about those two guys connecting and creating their version of a NBA super team.
Yeah, like you said, dynamic player like D-Hop. Everybody knows who D-Hop is. Like, you know what you're getting out of D-Hop, and you know what he can bring to your roster. And it's the same for me. Like, you know what the film speaks for itself. Like, I don't really got to do too much. Like, talking about who Dalvin Cook and DeAndre Hopkins is. But we haven't talked, and he was one of those guys that I was going to reach out to because, like, I know he got the same mindset as me. Like, we trying to go win. We trying to get on the roster and trying to go contend. So if we can't get up on the same roster and be on the same team, that'll be the beauty of the situation. We know what we're trying to come do and what we bring into the team. So if we end up on the same roster, man, that'd be something epic for NFL.
That would be fantastic to see those two guys hook up together. I think the reality of it is they probably won't.
Well, all right. Math is easy. Sometimes math is hard.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, math is easy. You've got two guys that each want to make about $10 million a year. Find a team that currently has $10 million to give away, let alone 20 for this year.
Right.
The chances of them both getting what they want financially from the same team are about the same as you wrestling a shark like Drew Rosenhaus on TMZ right now. There's video of him wrestling a shark.
No way.
Yes, on TMZ right now.
Drew Rosenhaus.
Yeah, he was swimming in the ocean.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
He was out fishing with Tyreek Hill. Holy cow. Go check out the TMZ Twitter page.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't mean to chase it, but I'm looking at the Cardinals schedule.
Uh-huh.
They're playing the Cubs in London.
Well, of course they are.
What the hell?
Well, you should go to London and see your guys.
That's why they have a couple of days off.
I'm glad you're focused on the show today,
They
Brian
got to
Eagle.
get into London.
Uh-huh.
Damn it. All right.
I'm sure Maggie would love a trip to London.
Well, that solves that problem.
Well, at least now you know why there's a break in the schedule.
Do people in London really want to see pro baseball?
Sure.
You think?
Sure.
Best rivalry in baseball, by the way.
The Cubs and Cardinals?
Uh-huh.
Yankees, Red Sox have a little something to say about that.
No, they're secondary. They're in the American League.
It's the Cubs.
They
I mean, you're
suck.
talking
hate
about the Cubs.
You know,
The lovable losers.
Very few things bring out like a hatred like the Cubs do.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's just a deep down hatred.
Well, it's like the Dodgers for us Astro fans.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought that might be the Cardinals. No?
Not the same.
Okay.
Not the same. Cubs, I'm with you.
Okay.
They
They suck.
Great stadium, though.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's wonderful.
But the team itself?
Never been. I'd like to go.
I'm actually going to go see Pink.
At Wrigley?
At Wrigley.
Oh, wow.
In August.
Nice.
It's a Joanna concert. Don't look at me like that.
At Wrigley.
She agreed to go see Disturbed on her anniversary.
Oh, wow.
Find yourself a woman that will go see Disturbed on your anniversary.
Well, I'm sure my wife would not do that.
Mm-hmm.
But
she's not down with the sickness?
No. She may be. I don't know. I don't take Maggie as a hard rocker. I'll have to ask her, but
So Wyndham Clark.
Yeah.
Is your US Open champion.
Sounds like a resort.
Really does.
It doesn't it?
Sounds like a guy that was born to be a pro golfer.
Exactly
I'm from
right.
a country club with a country club name. Are you disappointed that he won the US Open?
No. I think it's great. Look, hey, Rory had every chance in the world and couldn't get it done. I mean, that guy, as much as I like him because of what he's done and been outspoken against the live types, you got to get it done. And he just doesn't seem to get it done.
Neither does Ricky Fowler.
No, Ricky faded like a cheap suit.
Somebody sent me a meme that he's going to get an endorsement deal from Chick-fil-A because neither perform on Sundays.
Poor Ricky, man. He played so well for 3 days.
He did.
And then just wet the bed on Sunday.
But some guy named Wyndham Clark was able to hold off a lot of big names. Now, we had our beer bet.
Yeah.
I thought Scotty Scheffler had an opportunity to win the thing.
Didn't matter.
He
beat John Rahm. That's all that matters to you.
That's really all that matters. But I like the fact that we have another champion, but I don't like the fact that we have another champion.
Well, I like this dude because that night he's out drinking from the trophy.
Well, he should be.
And that's what he was doing, and that's good. I like that. He grew up with Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah,
you know that?
I was watching the
How
TV
about
broadcast.
that? Yeah.
That's the great thing about Father's Day and West Coast golf is nobody is going to tell you to change the channel or let's watch something else because it's Father's Day and there's nothing else on, quite frankly. And, the tournament goes late into the night.
It was like 8:30.
It was, I mean, what'd you think of the setup there at the LA Country Club? Are a lot of people bitching about the golf course?
The pros didn't like it.
Yeah, why? Because they were playing a.
Well, I just think there's other courses. If you're going to do that in California, there are better courses, I think. Heard a story today, though, about how valuable that land is. If somebody ever wanted to sell that land there, it's right in the middle of L.A.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it would be just a fortune.
Well, we've seen that here.
Yeah.
Lock and Terra selling off one of their courses so they could build houses.
Yeah. There's rumors that there are others.
Don't be surprised around 281 1604 area. There could be some golf courses there that become housing areas.
That is absolutely true. And that's a shame. And I hope it doesn't happen. It's just that the money is so big and housing developments are so valuable that it's hard for people to say no.
Very, very true.
Well, congrats to Wyndham Clark, though. And congratulations to you. Was that the tiebreaker? So I actually lost.
All right. So Pledge, that was the tiebreaker one. So I won our first round of beer bets. Anybody remember what we actually bet?
It was a 6-pack.
Only a 6-pack?
Yeah, well, 6 wins. That's what you got. We were tied 5-5. That was the deal. Whoever got to 6 first wins.
Only a 6-pack?
That's it, buddy. You want bottles or cans?
Bottles.
Okay. Dude, I've been buying a lot of beer lately. You know, holy cow!
I saw Rudy J post on his socials about a week ago. If you're thirsty, make a bet with Joe. You got a 6-pack coming your way.
So we got to start over now.
We do get to start over now.
All right.
I bet the Spurs take Wemby #1 overall.
Oh, wow. I'll take that bet.
There you go. Next 6-pack on the way. It's Wemby week. We're talking about it as we continue here on the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Almost said Wemby 94. It just chokes me up thinking that he's actually coming here. You'll have to.
Wemby 94?
Sure, why not?
I don't get it. I thought it was number 2.
Of course. Well, he's going to wear #1 probably. If you are looking for a new vehicle, you need to go see my friends at Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira I-10 Auto Complex. Very easy for me to tell you about and recommend Ancira because I am a longtime Ancira customer, and it's because of their great customer service before, during, and most importantly, after the sale. They're going to make sure you're getting the vehicle you want with the options and features that you're looking for. And you know price made Ancira #1. Price keeps Ancira #1. So think Ancira. Ancira Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, and Ram Truck, part of the Ancira I-10 Auto Complex on I-10 West between Wurzbach and Huebner.
The #1 pick in the 2023 NBA Draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
It's the NBA Draft and Wemby to the Spurs. Live coverage Thursday night at 6 on your home for Wemby Mania. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Missions Baseball is back tonight at Wolf Stadium. It's AARP $2 Tuesday, presented by San Antonio Sports Star. Gates open at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:05. Go to samissions.com for tickets. We are San Antonio.
Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds are one of the boldest, protein-packed, and low-carb snacks out there. And with flavors that will have you craving for more, you'll want to stock up on Southern Recipe small batch at your local H-E-B. Pick up your favorite flavors of Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds today. Southern Recipe small batch pork rinds. Be big, be bold, be adventurous. Find your flavor at southernrecipesmallbatch.com.
Southern Recipe pork rinds.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Staples has everything you need to help run your small business. Shipping supplies and services to help move orders out the door. Print and marketing services so you can print signs, banners, and presentations fast. And now during Staples Small Business Deal Days, you save 50% when you buy any combination of 5 or more boxes, mailers, and shipping tubes. Plus, find new deals for small business in-store every week. Keep your business running right and safe at Staples. Offer valid in-store, online order pickup, and Instacart. Exclusions apply. Not valid in Concord, New Hampshire location. Prices may vary. N71.
Tired of garage clutter? Garageization can organize your garage with cabinets, shelving, overhead racks, and more. Right now, buy 8 feet of shelving and get 4 feet free. Learn more at GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com. GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
Over there.
are statistically
It's still alive.
unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, trunk lids, license plate holders, and headlights. They've got lots of headlights. When you need parts, get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. eBay Motors. Let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, Wemby Watch continues. The days end in Y. We'll make sure you're fully aware of all things Wemby. Of course, the NFL continues. Hey, we're going to look at the head coaches of the NFL. We're going to rank them. We'll tell you where Mike McCarthy lands. You might not be all that happy, Dallas Cowboy fan. And now back to the Blitz. Jason and Joe in studio. Summer beginning. It's going to be hotter in here than it is outside. Have a good show, boys.
Good thing the AC is working.
Yeah, it is. It's nice in here, actually. Not bad.
Glad we're not sitting outside somewhere.
Well, yeah, me too. Although, depends on where you're sitting.
Sure.
Outside guy, he'd be all right.
You'd be bitching.
Well, probably, but I'd you do it.
None more than Greg Shelton, though.
Oh my gosh. We're inside at the Root Pub on Thursday, though.
Yes.
So that's good.
Yes, we are.
So there'll be no bitching about that.
No, the Root Pub is where you want to be on a Thursday for Wemby Day, the big draft night. We get going at 2:00 on Thursday afternoon, and they're going to be celebrating San Antonio getting the #1 pick with $1 Wemby burgers. What is a Wemby burger? Well, it's got French foie gras, black truffle sauce, Kobe beef from French onion strings for $1, and Yingling Light, Yingling Lagers. All are just $1, celebrating the #1 pick on draft day.
Everything Yingling is $1.
All the Yingling beers that they have.
Good.
So your
the flight, yeah,
and lager.
I like the flight.
I know you do.
That's the flight.
They're all $1.
All of them.
All of them.
Good.
All of them.
Because, as we get off the air at 6 and wait for that wonderful, momentous moment that the commissioner says #1 is Victor Wembanyama,
Mm-hmm.
I'll already be into a few of those flights for $1.
Just bring a $5 bill. You get
bring $6.
Well, you got to have tip money.
Well, true.
Yeah.
So I'll bring 10.
There you go. You get a burger. I think I would try foie gras for $1.
Wow. I don't know, man. Can you hold the foie gras?
No, because then it's not a Wemby burger.
Jeez.
You got to try it. I'm told it's wonderful. I'm going to try it.
You're told it's wonderful. Who told you that?
Chip.
Of course he did.
Well, I mean, it's fat on fat. It's
Yeah, but it's duck fat.
Who cares?
Have you ever seen a fat duck?
Well, these ducks are. I mean, the foie gras ducks are force fed to be extra fat. And yes, I've seen fat ducks. Never seen a duck at a golf course. They're not skinny.
I wonder if I can can I dip my little pinky in some foie gras and try it that way?
You can do whatever you want with your pinky.
Maybe I'll do that.
Just get the burger.
And what else is on that thing? What foie gras and marbled onions and whatever? What else?
French onion strings. Do you put American cheese on that?
No, you can't, right?
Well, is there a French cheese?
I don't know. Is there?
You can go cheddar, sharp cheddar.
That's not French.
Cheddar. I don't know.
There's got to be a French cheese. Doesn't there?
Yeah, it's American. Use French as mustard. That'd be good.
I do that. There you go. I can do that.
Thursday is going to be a lot of fun out at the Rue Pub there at 281 and Redland Road. Wemby has made it to the United States. The airport landing, I think, is just a taste of what he's in for. There was a good crowd there at the airport.
Yeah.
The video, what I appreciate is what looks like Spurs fans, not just the autograph hounds that are trying to get stuff to get on eBay right away. Those people look like fans. Now, I think that's part of the bit for the autograph seekers to look like real fans and not just, this is going on eBay before I get out of the parking garage. But I think Wemby was taken aback a little bit about the amount of people that greeted him at the airport.
Victor, did you expect all this?
I don't know. I didn't know what flight I was on, but it's fun. It's fun. Seeing that you can have such impact on people.
Wow. It was like a circus walking through that airport. The video that I saw, it was like a circus.
I didn't see anything that they publicized his flight arrival. A lot of times, sometimes in media, they will send you an alert like, hey, this is what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Maybe they did for New York area TV stations
They may have.
to do something like that. The impressive part is they showed him on the plane with plenty of leg room.
Well, he's in first class.
But when he's walking through the airport, he's having to duck for all the signs that are hanging.
Even in first class, though, I would imagine he's a little cramped.
He looked comfortable. I don't know what it's like to be 6'2", 6'8", 7'5". No idea.
Well, I can tell you about 6'2", almost.
Well, almost. You must have talked to people. But it was weird to see him, in legroom. I thought seeing a picture of him on a plane would look comical, and it didn't. He looked comfortable and relaxed. Good flight, long flight.
Well, that's got to be a long flight.
He's a couple of things. He's mentioned wanting to play in the summer league. It will be interesting to see once the Spurs get a hold of him, how those plans change. The regiment that he has lived on. I mean, he's not your typical 19-year-old. Everything that he eats, his sleeping, everything is so structured. It will be interesting to see what it's like now when the Spurs get their hands on him. And I know the Express News, Jeff McDonald had an article about what they're going to do to keep him on the floor in the different regiments that are going through. But the good news is he's already been on a regiment like that with doctors and trainers that have been hired specifically to, everything this guy does is documented in structure. Not the life of a 19-year-old.
No, of course not. But if you believe the reports, the Spurs actually have said they want him to play some summer league ball. And he said that he will. And I think they're going to leave it up to him, perhaps, and see how he is. And obviously, when he gets to San Antonio, they'll have him checked out and all that kind of stuff, and then decide what's best for him then. I'd like to see him run around in a Spurs jersey. If that's for 5 minutes in Las Vegas, then so be it. I'll be happy with that. I'm just, you just want to see that and see that it's real. And there he is with the Spurs jersey on and playing basketball for the San Antonio Spurs.
That is why Thursday is going to be such a cool night, and why you want to be with us at the Rue Pub. I know their AT&T Center is doing something, because it is going to be one of those moments, even though we know it's coming. There is no doubt who the Spurs are going to take at number one. There is no drama when it comes to the Spurs and this pick, although they might end up with a busy night later on. But at number one, we know what's going to happen. The world knows what's going to happen. But I do think when it becomes official, it's one of those things where you're going to want to see it. It's like a royal wedding. Everybody tunes in to watch, even though you know what's going to happen, because you want to be able for years to say on that night, this is where you were, because I do think it's going to be one of those city-changing type of moments when it becomes official.
Yeah, no doubt it will be, and people are excited about it, and they want to see it, and then they'll want to see him. And I mean, the next couple of weeks are going to be just, well, even longer than that, as a matter of fact. I mean, people are going to be excited. They're going to want to see this guy. They're going to want to reach out and just do what San Antonio does, make him feel a part of this community. And so it's going to be fun to see that, all of that.
Is there going to be too much pressure on a guy like this?
I don't think you look at him and it doesn't look like he succumbs to pressure. I mean, I don't know. And maybe, once he gets in the NBA, if it's a little bit different than what he thinks it's going to be, or if he has some issues with this or that, I don't know. Maybe you see it then. But you watch him playing in the French league and his expression never really changes, no matter what's going on.
His interviews, his personality just seems total Spur-like, doesn't it?
It does.
But unlike LeBron James and all the pressure that was on LeBron, social media wasn't as big then. I mean, what do you have? Would you have MySpace back then?
Yeah.
I mean, so you think about, and he's very active in social.
Mm-hmm.
So reading comments when things aren't going well, just everybody coming at you. I'm very curious to see how he handles the next couple of days. And then after it's official, I expect him to get to San Antonio. By all accounts, he'll be a community guy doing events, making appearances. But, at 19, one, I don't think that we'll ever see him at a breakfast taco joint. But, like Boban would be seen at Target at 281 and Bitters, right? I mean, he was just a normal dude, just ridiculously tall. I don't know that he'll be able to, Wemby will be able to ever do anything normal like that.
You're probably right. Although Tim Duncan would be seen at a Home Depot or places like that. I mean, so, they got to live, right? He's going to have somebody that's going to go to HEB for him. I don't know, but you're right. I mean, it's hard to hide when you're 7'5".
Well, and again, I mean, you think about some of these big superstars, if they want to go to the movies, they rent the whole theater at midnight.
Right.
What was the story one time to go Christmas shopping? David Robinson went to North Star. Everything stayed open after the stores he wanted to, after the mall was closed, so he could go shopping. I don't know if that's true or not, but I've heard
I wouldn't be surprised.
Stories like that, right? So you just wonder what it's going to be like for Wemby. I mean, will he actually go stand in the boots at North Star Mall and see if they actually fit? Because there's some questions there.
It's going to be fun. I hope there's a nice picture of Wemby with those boots.
Oh, there will be.
I mean, there's got to be, right?
There will be.
There has to be.
It's the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. Now, while there's no drama with what San Antonio is going to do with the number one pick, there are a lot of various storylines leading up to the NBA draft on Thursday with some potential trades. One has already happened. Chris Paul basically said today he ain't coming to San Antonio. We'll explain as we continue here on the Blitz. Injuries do happen, and when they do, you can skip the ER and get straight to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocation, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday, they have on-site x-ray, casting, and bracing. Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, but best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. So if you're injured, get to an Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. They're online at tsaog.com. TSAOG.com.
I was in a terrible car accident. I suffered a traumatic brain injury and also injured my spine. My daughter-in-law called Jeff Davis. After expenses and attorney fees, I received $86,559. I want everyone in San Antonio to know Jeff was here for me.
I'm Jeff Davis. If you were injured by a car or large truck, call me at my San Antonio office at 444-4444. That's 444-4444. There's only one number to remember, and that's 4.
Yeah, I'm so stressed. Our business is growing. We've got people all over now.
Ooma.
What is that? Meditation?
I'm recommending the Ooma cloud phone system with auto attendant and more than 50 features.
Ooma?
Yep. Switching to Ooma is a cinch. Just $24.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Now you're feeling it. Find small business calm at ooma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic. Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
Isn't it time to get exactly what you want? Welcome to Red Hot Deal Days from Verizon, where you get your pick of our best deals. Like My Plan, where you can pick the perks you want and save on every one. For limited time, bring your own phones to a Verizon store and you can get My Plan for our best price ever. Get exactly what you want in your phone plan and only pay for what you need. Bring your phones to your Verizon store today and get My Plan. These deals won't last. It's your Verizon.
Inflation is nothing more than a legal form of theft, because with every new round of money printing, the value of your 401k or IRA is decreased through the dilution of the money supply. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and while you can, I highly recommend you consider physical gold for your retirement account. Why? Because gold provides real wealth preservation that can withstand anything. Even better, with a gold IRA from Birch Gold Group, you pay no penalties or taxes when you transfer your current retirement funds. To learn more, get a free info kit on gold from my friends at Birch Gold. There is no cost or obligation, so request this information right now.
Call Birch Gold Group today at 800-533-1344 to get your free info kit on gold. Call 800-533-1344. That's 800-533-1344.
Ribs, burgers, chicken. Submit what you grilled or smoked, and you could win a $50 gift card from Tri-County Meat Market.
So good and tasty.
Grilling with the Blitz. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
It is The Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports. If you're listening online at sasportstar.com, we appreciate it. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel on one of the gazillion apps. However you're listening, thank you for tuning in on this Tuesday afternoon.
We appreciate it. Jason Garcia is watching on YouTube. He says, is it safe to say Chris Paul is a modern-day version of Sir Charles Barkley?
You know,
I would say yes.
Sure.
Why not?
I mean, it's a good question. I mean, there are a lot of guys out there that don't have rings and they have their entire career and don't. And we judge guys on rings, which is one of the reasons why last week when it looked like Chris Paul was going to be made available, that I kept saying, even though everybody says, oh, we need that veteran guy, he's not coming here because this team, even with Wemby, this coming season isn't going to be a championship season. It might be 2, 3, 4 years away before they're legit title contenders again. And Chris Paul, after finding out after he landed, he was in the airplane. Kind of sucks, but it's the business side of basketball.
It really sucks.
I mean,
come on. I mean, just a heads up.
I find it hard to believe he didn't have an idea that it was being talked about.
Well, whether he did or not, it doesn't matter. Once it went down, it's like, hey, Chris, we pulled it off, buddy. Thanks for your service, and you're going to Washington.
Do you get text messages while you're flying? Answer's yes. You open up your Southwest app, go online, activate free messaging, and it happens.
That. Right.
You know, for $8, you can have the internet, and he could scroll Twitter. Or if you're A-list preferred, it comes free. Right? So
I don't think he was on Southwest.
Well, whatever. He had access to the internet. Right? And he had to have known it was coming.
Mm-hmm.
It sucks that I think what he's more bent about is he had all these appearances to promote his book. And instead of talking about his book, they're talking about, holy cow, you got traded. And that's a big part of it. But he was on with Fitz and Harry earlier today here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star and ESPN Radio. And they asked him, because he's not going to play for a second in Washington, they'll buy him out or whatever they do, maybe trade him to somebody else. But what is he looking for in his next team?
I think at all times you just want to be somewhere where you can compete for a championship and definitely be with a team where you appreciate it.
So he'd be appreciated here, but he's not going to compete for a championship with what little time he has left in his NBA career.
What is Chris Paul? I think we've determined he's 38 years old, I think.
108.
Right? He's right in that area. Yeah, so you got to figure, because he can't last an entire season. That's been proven over and over and over again. So yeah, my only question is, everybody thinks, well, he'll get bought out by Washington. He'll end up with the Lakers and, Davis and LeBron. There's no guarantee there, because those guys, well, one of them is as injury prone as Chris Paul is. I mean, that might not work out either. So I don't know. I mean, Chris Paul's got a decision to make, and who's going to offer him anything?
Well, and again, if he takes the buyout, and I did read one article yesterday where the Wizards said they're in no hurry to buy out his contract. They don't want to just give him $1 gazillion to go away, but ultimately they will.
Sure.
If they can't find a trade partner. You get the Lakers or the Clippers. Ballmer is very interested in getting him back.
Either way, that's horrible.
I mean,
jeez.
But doesn't his family still live in LA? I think there's a lot of things, but both of those teams, if healthy, that's the caveat, are going to be championship type contenders. Although you look at what Phoenix has done, and it's interesting because I see so many people poo-pooing what Phoenix is doing. I like the idea of taking Bradley Beal with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. I still think DeAndre Ayton could get traded away. They still need a guard. They're not done. But when you look at that super team that they have put together, the number of guys like a Chris Paul chasing a ring that are going to go there for MLEs just for their chance to win. One of the problems that the Suns had last year is when they traded away everything to get Kevin Durant, they traded away everything, so they didn't have the depth. They'll have a full offseason to try to put some depth around them. And I think with those three, I don't know who the lead dog is, and I don't know how much that really matters to those guys, because last year you saw Kevin Durant show up in Phoenix and take a 1A role with Devin Booker. That was still Booker's team.
Well, and it's always going to be Booker's team. Look, Kevin Durant is not a vocal leader.
No.
Great player. Obviously, the talent is there, but he's not a vocal leader. It's just really not his style. So I think it's Devin Booker's team. Now, Bradley Beal coming in, a little more,
sure,
something. But I don't know that, you can come right in and be that. But Bradley Beal's another guy that has faced some injury concerns. So all of these moves look great on paper. and then you've got to play the season and see how it plays out. If Chris Paul's only options are the Lakers or the Clippers, my goodness, I feel bad for Chris Paul.
Well, you wonder, is there an East Coast team that he could end up on?
I don't know. That's a good question.
But if he wants to go to a championship contender,
Milwaukee maybe.
Who needs a guard, right? All this talk about Dame Lillard going to Miami. Well, if they don't get a deal done, does CP3 end up there? Could he end up in Philly? Could he end up in Boston? You also look at Draymond Green. Chances are he ends up back at Golden State, but does he have to? I mean, he opted out. He's on vacation right now in France with LeBron. There's photos of that. That doesn't mean anything. I mean, they both have Rich Paul as an agent. They like to hang out at the rich guy club in France. All right, cool. But what if Draymond ended up in the Lakers? Where's a better place for Draymond Green to go to? Could it be Boston? Where they need a little bit more toughness.
I think any team could use a guy like Draymond Green. I mean, he's just one of those guys that gets under your skin and he does the dirty work. And I mean, any team could find some room for him. So I don't think Draymond will have any problem with people wanting him to come play for them. The issue is, I think he wants to stay at Golden State.
Well,
I mean, that's just the feeling I get.
In EP, when you think about Draymond Green opting out, business move,
sure,
that I think was anticipated. By all accounts, everything that you're hearing from Golden State, they want him back. They want to keep that core group together. And that includes Klay Thompson, who seems to be on his last leg, literally.
Wow.
The loyalty, will that bite him in the butt? But when I also look at Draymond Green, here's a second-round pick that has become a bit of a superstar because he's got a coaching staff and an organization that lets Draymond be Draymond. Would Draymond have that same kind of success under a different style of coach? I don't know that a Greg Popovich type would put up with the stuff that you hear from Draymond that Steve Kerr puts up with. You know what I mean? So when you think about where he might go, would he have the same freedoms that he has right now with the Warriors?
My first reaction would be yes, unless he comes to a place like San Antonio, because other than that, I mean, a lot of these players kind of rule the roost. And I think Draymond would be no exception. Here, it's a little bit different than that. But I think Draymond stays at Golden State because I think he wants to stay at Golden State, unless they just completely offer him something that's insulting. He's $27.5 million is what he declined today. Right. So obviously he wants more money than that.
He's going to get $150 from somebody.
You don't decline that unless you're going to get more than that. So, but you're right about Klay Thompson. I mean, my gosh, that guy in the playoffs just lost it. He forgot how to shoot, and it's sad. So we'll see what happens with those guys. But you still have Steph Curry, and as long as you got Steph Curry, you got a chance.
Well, and that's it. I mean, you do a sign and trade. If you're Golden State, you're not going to do a sign and trade for Draymond with Phoenix. You're not going to make those guys better, right? So you look at the limitations, and then I think Portland becomes the wild card in all of this. You look at where Portland is picking in the draft. So they could get Scoot. They could end up with Brandon Miller, right, at number 3. Or could they end up with Zion?
They could.
Could they trade that number 3 pick and get Zion? All the business, all of Zion's personal business that are showing that has worked on his cardio the last several months is out there. Now, the porn star that's been putting all the laundry out there, her Twitter account has been suspended.
I guess Elon didn't want her putting those sex tapes out on Twitter. She can go to Instagram or Facebook, I guess, or YouTube, whatever. That's crazy, though.
Mariah Mills is her name.
Mariah Mills.
We all know that now.
Yeah.
Her account has been suspended. But the stuff that she's tweeted over the last week, first of all, what took so long for Twitter, the Twitter police to catch up to everything that she was putting out there? But Zion got a win today because her account was suspended.
Well, I think it's because it turned into threats. Basically, hey, I'm going to release this if you don't do this, or whatever the case may be. So I think in with the blackmail situation going on there is what made the difference, and they should have suspended her account. But I'm with you. I mean, look, this happens,
and I don't know that any of it affects Zion's market when it comes to the NBA. Now, endorsement deals, maybe, but NBA, can you play? Come on.
Well, that's the question. Can he play? When he's healthy, he can play. Problem is he's not healthy very often.
I mean, he's too tired to go to the gym. I mean, based on everything you're hearing about his personal life, he doesn't have any legs left at the gym.
Well, he's got plenty of frog legs apparently in New Orleans. That's for sure. Or whatever else you eat in New Orleans. I mean, my gosh, the guy needs to push legs. That's the only thing I can think of. He needs to push the plate away or mix in a salad. And you hear about
fried oysters.
You hear about Zion
grilled oysters.
His work ethic,
shrimp po' boys,
is not exactly the greatest. I mean, it's not. So he's got to decide. Number one, is he going to take care of himself? Number two, is he going to work at it? And if he does those things, I think he might end up being a star in this league.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Nobody ever plans on getting arrested, but it does happen to a lot of people every day for all kinds of reasons. If you get arrested, you want to get out of jail fast, the best way to do that is to call my good friend Albert and his great staff at AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121. Text bail to 474747, or you can start the bonding process online at mybestbailbonds.com. You don't have to call attorneys or anybody else to get out of jail, and you don't want to be forced into a PR bond. If the jail offers you a PR bond, make sure you truly understand what all those conditions are before accepting it. Your best option for stress-free bail bonds is AA Best Bail Bonds, because nobody beats their price. They offer payment plans, have a free shuttle service. They're discreet and confidential and open 24/7 with offices all over San Antonio and Texas, services nationwide. So if you're up in Dallas, down in Corpus, anywhere in between, license number 149, call AA Best Bail Bonds, 210-225-2121, or go online at mybestbailbonds.com.
It's R&R in the morning.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, it's Wemby week. We'll keep the Wemby watch rolling. And where does Mike McCarthy rank amongst his peers?
We'll also look around the NBA for other trades that might need to happen. Zion, you listening? As far as Mike McCarthy, I think some NFC East fans might be a little upset with this ranking. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Saluting Vets is brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts. Giselle Futrell is a Marine veteran and current executive director of the National Veterans Art Museum. She says the museum showcases the healing power of art.
Human beings aren't designed to go to those uncomfortable places. The best thing that the public can do for our veterans is to listen. So this is a place of listening.
O'Reilly has more than 80 specialty loaner tools for your next repair. Refundable deposit required. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
So you just used bug spray in your home. Now what? Well, between the waiting for things to dry up and keeping your family away from the mess, it hits you. You could have used Zevo. Unlike other bug sprays that stick around, Zevo goes from kill to clean in seconds. Plus, it's safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Guys, did you know that June is Men's Health Month? And right now, Revive Men's Health San Antonio will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T level is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your hormones are serious business, and most men start to see changes in their hormone levels starting in their 30s. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Get your T levels checked today by a local, experienced, and trusted healthcare professional. Revive Men's Health has successfully helped thousands of men since 2011. Experience and results matter. So, what are you waiting for? Call Revive today to schedule your free testosterone test and free exam. We know we can help you. We guarantee it. Celebrate Men's Health Month. Get your free T-level test and save $199. Call Revive Men's Health at 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Step up your lunch game at Twin Peaks. They've got the light and hearty combos starting at just $7.99. They've got the savory soups you're after, crisp salads, and a variety of sandwiches to satisfy your every craving. Enjoy your next lunch break at Twin Peaks. And are you looking for a job? Guess what? They can make a fun and exciting place for you to earn some great money. Twin Peaks is the team for you, and they're looking for Twin Peaks girls, cooks, bussers, barbacks, and more. Text WORK for TP to 85000 to apply. That's WORK. Number 4, TP to 85000.
Anytime we get together, we never know if it's going to be the time that will make the memory that we never forget.
One Night with Dave Chappelle, live in concert, July 12th, AT&T Center. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Subscribe to Chappelle's podcast, The Midnight Miracle on Luminary, to get info and special ticket access to select venues.
Is it time for a new lawnmower? Visit our Crush the Summer sale at Bill's Tractor and Equipment. Bill's Tractor and Skag have teamed up to bring you incredible savings on residential and commercial mowers just in time for the summer season. Skag mowers are tougher than any job you could throw at them, tough and heavy. Skag is simply the best. 0% financing is available on select models with approved credit. Bill's Tractor has been helping Texans with their mower and equipment needs for over 35 years. Come by Bill's Tractor and test drive a new Skag mower or go to BillsTractor.com.
When your business needs an electrician, for over 35 years, the family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio. Powered by relationships with dedicated estimators who analyze the issue, research cost-effective solutions, and clearly communicate the options without charging you a dime. A proven process that allows you to continue focusing on your unique purpose. Call Hill Electric at 210-404-9074. That's 404-9074. Or hill-electric.com.
You're listening to 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Can't believe the Price is Right is still on.
That's a great show.
You know, it used to be.
Yeah, what do you mean used to be? It's the same as it ever was.
I watched it the other day.
You
for
did?
the first time in a long time because I was home.
Uh-huh.
It ain't the same. It's still the same, but it ain't the same.
You don't like Drew Carey?
There's a little bit of that maybe, or I'm so out of touch with shopping, I have no idea what things really cost. Right? That might be more of it. I'm still really good at Wheel of Fortune. I sucked at Price is Right when I was watching it.
I'm not very good at Wheel of Fortune.
That doesn't surprise anybody.
No, I'm really not. Or Jeopardy.
That one really doesn't surprise anybody.
But I can do Price is Right.
How? I mean, they're products I've never even heard of.
Well, but I mean, it's common sense.
Well, no, see, that's the problem. I don't know what comment because.
Well, exactly. You have none.
I don't go to HEB very often to do normal shopping, so I have no idea what a thing of Tide cost. None. Even with Joanna's, like yesterday, I went to Sam's, and you buy at Sam's, and you're buying the big bulk, so it's going to be different. You know what I mean? So I sucked at Price is Right, so I don't like it anymore.
Oh, I see. Just get better at it. Daytime TV has gone downhill.
Oh, really? Here we
really
go.
has.
You're gonna yell at me about not liking the Price is Right. Now you're gonna get off my lawn, guy, and say soap operas now suck.
Well, yeah. So yesterday,
There
right?
we go.
Yesterday, I'm watching TV outside because I had nothing else to do, and I wanted to watch the noon newscast. I hadn't watched Ken's 5 in a while, so I said, I'll tune it in. I'll watch that. And then The Bold and the Beautiful comes on next. Well, the remote's way over there, and I didn't feel like getting out of the pool, so
lazy.
I'm watching this. The acting was absolutely atrocious.
Oh,
it was
on
terrible.
The Bold and the Beautiful.
On The Bold and the Beautiful, it was horrible. You and I could have done a better job. Yes, and even throw in Pledge. That it was terrible.
Okay.
Daytime TV gone downhill.
Oh, okay.
I guess I used to be a real, All My Children fan, big soap opera guy.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Huh. I was loving and As the World Turns.
Well, I liked Susan Lucci.
Uh-huh.
It was better back. It just seemed better anyway.
No.
But yesterday was awful.
No, it's just you've grown up.
Well, there's probably a lot of people my age that watch soap operas.
Yeah,
I'm
but
quite
they've been
frankly
following the
shocked that it was
stories
still on.
Well, and again, because people watch those stories forever.
Well, it's the stupidest thing, right? This guy's wife is in Rome.
Here we go.
So he's gonna fly over and surprise her.
Like
well,
sands through an hourglass.
They keep flashing back and forth, and she's making goo-goo eyes at this other dude.
Sounds like a soap opera to me.
So you can imagine what's going to happen. He's going to fly all the way to Rome, and guess what? Go in the honey, surprise, woo! Hey, I got a surprise for you.
Oh.
Yeah, well, she's in the sack with somebody else.
While there's a writer's strike, you could just take right over.
I mean, it was pretty easy to know what was going to happen. This dude's all excited. He's getting this grandpa to watch the kids. And, I mean, it was just crazy.
Was there a doctor involved?
I'm sure there was.
Somebody in a coma?
But, he's going to fly all the way to Rome.
Uh-huh.
And it's like nothing. He just buys the ticket today.
Well, you can do that.
It's $1 bazillion.
You can do that.
Fly into Rome.
Absolutely.
While she's going to be in the sack with some other dude when he gets there.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it was just, it's like, finally I said, I got to get out and change the channel.
Talk about a guy who celebrated winning on The Price is Right by dislocating his shoulder.
You see?
You all right?
It was awful.
How did you watch the whole episode?
Pretty much. Well, finally I got it because it's only 30 minutes. I found out. So yeah, so I'm watching about 20 minutes of it. And finally I said, I just can't do this anymore.
So it took you 30 minutes to get out of the pool. So you either had to pee or needed a beer and
No.
grab the remote on your way back.
I was not even drinking
And I'm
alcohol
going
at
to guess
that
beer
time.
because you would have just peed in your pool.
No, I was not even drinking alcohol at the time.
Bull.
No, I was
Bull.
not. I was not. I was still recovering from the day before.
Which, yes.
So I was not. It was perfect. Just chilling, relaxing.
Uh-huh. You peed in the pool, didn't you?
I did not. I don't pee in my pool. I don't do that. I don't do that. And nobody else better either.
Because
I got that little colored stuff. It turns blue.
The YouTube says, why does Joe seem like he would guess a price of an item and then get mad at them that it was too expensive if it didn't go his way?
Probably. I might.
That would be Joe.
KTFM Floresville. This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. Your home for the Blitz. 2 to 6 on YouTube and always at sasportstar.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
It is officially Wemby week, and the French phenom has arrived in the United States. In fact, he's going to be throwing out the first pitch for the New York Yankees tonight. How about that? Draymond Green declined his $27.5 million player option. He will become a free agent. We got baseball tonight. Texas Rangers, Chicago White Sox, 6:30 on your home for Rangers baseball. San Antonio Sports Star. Astros taking on the Mets.
Sports Center is brought to you by Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons. The San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minutes.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You can always be a part of the show on Twitter at Joe Reinagel210. Tweet at me at Jason Minix. Dial up or text the Kia Boss's Smoke Meats phone lines 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776. Kind of surprised on the text line how many people watch soap operas. So what is everybody's favorite soap nowadays?
Who's watching soap operas?
I don't know. Like even Pledge was saying like Joey on Friends became kind of the face of soap operas from Friends because the bad acting part of it. But are you still watching soap operas and which ones? Do you keep up with the storylines? Let us know. 210-656-ESPN, 656-3776.
Stephen A. Smith, according to Gabe, was an actor on one of those soap operas. I think he made an appearance. I'm not sure that he was a regular on there, Gabe, but he made an appearance or two.
Well, and again, if you get your SAG card, you could go do that. I had a cousin that was on a soap opera forever.
Oh, yeah?
Many years. He was on on the soap opera Loving and As the World Turns. On Loving, which has been off the air, was on ABC.
Uh-huh.
He played Trucker McKenzie, and then on As the World Turns.
Trucker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude hasn't worked in about 30 years.
He's still getting mailbox money?
Dude, his mailbox money looks like your annual check.
Wow.
It's pretty good gig.
Because of that? Really? I mean, did they re-air somewhere or what?
All over. I mean, he made a lot of money in the 80s and early 90s.
Good for him.
Yeah, he lives out in LA now and hasn't done anything. Every now and then he teaches like a acting class at UCLA.
I was a huge All My Children fan. I loved it. I never missed it.
Uh-huh.
In fact, when I was in college, in San Marcos, you could get the Austin TV channels and the San Antonio. Well, in San Antonio, All My Children started at 11 a.m. Austin is 12. I could watch back-to-back episodes. It was awesome.
What was her name?
Of what?
There had to be a reason.
No.
Of the female variety that would have you watching back-to-back episodes.
Dude, it was me. I got hooked. You get hooked on these storylines.
There had to be more to it.
No, there wasn't. Doesn't have to be more to it, Minix. You get involved in stuff.
You had that one character that you thought.
I mean, some of the crappy things you watch. I mean, is there a reason for it?
Well, generally, yeah. But if you're watching a soap opera, it's because there's a female on there that you really, really like.
Well, yeah, there was. Yeah, there always were. I mean, they had the most beautiful women, right? I mean,
that's why I'm wanting to know which one.
Erica Kane. There were several others. I don't remember their names. It's been a while.
It doesn't matter
because All My Children's been off the air for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't know they still had them. Honestly, I thought they were all gone.
Well, what do you think? It's just judge shows all day now?
Well, yeah.
And Jerry Springer types?
Yeah.
Well, and you still got soap operas.
I really didn't honestly think you were on because something else came on after that. Anyway, I don't know.
All I know is like having a day, like when we got back to the Bahamas, I had a day off after that. Yesterday, there is a reason to keep your job. And it's just to avoid daytime television.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I mean, it
really is.
It really is.
I had no idea it was that bad.
Sometimes I feel like I need to watch some of the judge shows just because I know when I talk to my mother who watches Judge Judy, and there's another judge show, and that's her entertainment, and I hear way more about those shows and the people that are on there, and can you believe this stuff, than I want to, but yeah, that's it.
Well, it makes you feel better because those people obviously have more problems than you do.
Yeah.
And that's just human nature, right?
But I really don't want to talk about it.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. You won't believe what happened on Judge Judy today. These people, oh, Mom, it's television.
Listen to your mother, Minix. Come on.
Yeah.
It's the least you can do.
Mm-hmm. And then House Hunters International.
Oh, my gosh. Well, look, all of that stuff. I'm having to sit through Kardashians. Yeah, the new Kardashians.
You are?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, Maggie loves it.
Oh.
She's hooked on it.
So you don't just go into another room?
Well, sometimes, but we compromise.
Because you like it. It's a guilty pleasure.
No, I don't.
It's okay.
No, I really don't.
Have you started watching Temptation Island?
No, I haven't. Temptation Island. I can't believe stuff like Big Brother is still on.
Big Brother's still on?
It's still on. I mean, it's like.
What about Survivor? Is that still on?
I don't know if that's still on or not. Temptation Island. Some of these shows, man. I mean, do you guys out there, do you still watch that stuff?
I know my niece was a big, when she was living with us, fan of Temptation Island. So most of the time she would watch it in another room.
Isn't that where they're, I mean, you just,
Yeah,
you're
it's
having
all swapping.
sex with everybody,
yeah,
right?
it's all
That's
swapping.
It, yeah.
Yes. Everybody's hot and everybody's tempted.
Right.
Everybody fails.
And everybody's having sex with everybody.
Yes.
That's why the whole, what is it? The
Just like a soap opera.
Well, The Bachelor, and so wouldn't you be proud? Hey, that's my daughter. She's sleeping with 5 or 6 guys a night. You go, girl.
Does she pay her own rent?
Well, you may be. Oh, that'd be okay.
No.
Look at you.
No.
Father of the Year over there.
Yeah.
Does she pay her?
As long as it's somebody else's daughter.
You must have just had to send a check.
No, it's the 20th. It's just automatically deducts every month. One day she'll pay her own rent.
Pay her own rent.
One day
Mm.
she'll pay her own rent. Tony Pollard can pay his own rent.
He can.
And he's really trying to get a new deal done. It's going to be interesting to see what the Dallas Cowboys do at the running back position. And we'll talk more about it coming up in about an hour. Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk will join us. But, all the talk this offseason is running backs not getting paid. And some good veteran, high-priced running backs that are currently out of work, who gets paid, who doesn't, the value there. So a little, I don't want to say surprising, but surprising that apparently the Cowboys and Tony Pollard have been talking about a long-term deal. Now, I could see the Cowboys wanting a long-term team-friendly deal that would lessen the cap hit this year as opposed to paying the entire franchise tag this one particular year. But as soon as Pollard got the tag, I figure he's one and done. So, he won't be back because I don't see the Cowboys paying $10 million a year or more for a running back ever again, at least not a Tony Pollard type. If they were to trip into something that was a Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey type, maybe you break the bank.
The disrespect over there for Tony Pollard.
Dude, is it disrespect or is it today's NFL economics when it comes to running backs?
Look, I think Tony Pollard signed the franchise tag, and you may be right if he stays on that and they don't get something worked out, and he may be gone, depending on what they bring in and what they have. But if you could work out a deal, just say, I don't know, 3 years for $28 million.
Okay. How much guaranteed?
$20 million guaranteed. I
right.
bet you Tony would be happy with that.
Well, I mean, easy for you to say what people would be happy with, because we all thought Dalton Schultz was an idiot for turning down the deal that he was offered. And it turned out,
he was an idiot.
He was an idiot.
So basically, we were right.
I mean, but I do get a sense that Tony Pollard understands the market, and I don't want to say is happy where he's at and with what he has gotten, but for being a guy that wasn't a high draft pick, has never been the guy, the fact that he is in this position right now to even have these conversations, he's got life-changing money that he is looking forward to.
Well, and that's the thing. So if I'm Tony Pollard, I'm wanting to get a deal done now. Instead of the season going on, you get hurt or your season's not that great, and then it devalues you. So if I'm Tony Pollard and Tony's agent, I'm trying to get a deal done, even if that means I'm not going to make $10 million a year, but 6, 7, 8, but it's a long-term deal with some guaranteed money, then I'm wanting to get that deal done.
So 3 years, 18 million, 6 per. Would you do that?
I don't know. I mean, what's guaranteed there? All of it?
No.
Well, then no.
No. But look around, and where do you put Tony Pollard as far as the tiers of running backs? Just because he's the starter, that doesn't move him into tier 2 or tier 1, right? So where is he at right now? Can he command 6, 7 million?
Well, he's got a guaranteed $10 million right now if he wants
because
that.
Because he's on the tag.
That's what I'm saying.
And are you going to be good with tag, and then all of a sudden you're in the $4 and $5 million range the next year?
Well, I think it depends on what kind of season he has.
Well, again, are you betting on yourself? If you're Tony Pollard, here's the crazy thing. Most positions Bet on yourself. You're going to win.
Mm-hmm.
Running back, take whatever they're willing to give you right now.
Whew.
I mean, doesn't it feel that like when you look at guys like a Le'Veon Bell? Oh, I'm going to hold. I'm going to do, and then you're on a milk carton and you make no money.
Well, you're exactly right, which is a dumb move.
You get who's the running back this year? I'm going to make it good for the running backs that are coming. Is it Jacobs?
Saquon Barkley.
And but
Dalvin Cook.
Saquon's a different level of back. And I do ultimately think he'll get his money, although not what he's asking for, but he's going to get closer to it. But if you're Tony Pollard, I just don't know where the market's going to be for you financially outside of. And then do you sit down and go, all right, you could be a star long after your playing days are over, making money because you're a Dallas Cowboy. You'll have so many more opportunities to make money off of your name and you being a former Cowboy than in any other team in the NFL. And that is a true statement.
Okay, well, I can see that, but is that going to be good enough? If you're Tony Pollard, so, okay, well, thanks, Jerry. Let me think about that, and I'll take $5 or $6 million a year. But I got to have $20 million guaranteed, at least. If I've got $10 million guaranteed right now, why would I take $6 million per?
Again, you look
unless all of that's guaranteed.
You look, well, and it won't be, but you look at Dalton Schultz, turned down whatever, $27 million, right? To play on the tag last year, and now he's making less this year and has to go play in Houston.
And the best thing that ever happened to the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, that might be, but that's not part of the discussion here. The part of the discussion is, what are you willing to take from a guarantee standpoint? Because if Tony Pollard, who's been in the league now for 5-6 years, probably has 3 good years left in him as a quality running back based on the expiration date of running backs in football.
Why do you hate running backs?
I don't. But I mean, you look at the landscape is littered with running backs that don't make it to 30.
You were thrilled when the Cowboys signed Zeke Elliott to that big contract.
I was.
You were thrilled.
I was.
Cowboy fans everywhere were thrilled.
Absolutely.
And it screwed the Cowboys.
It did. It did. Had the Cowboys won a Super Bowl with that deal, none of us would give a damn.
Well, but they
didn't. And that, but that's part of it. Jerry thought he had a Super Bowl caliber team, had a running back in Cancun that understood the system, played the system to his benefit, and he benefited, and it screwed up everything else for the Cowboys. That's a true statement.
No question. Look, but if you're Pollard, you got to have something guaranteed. And I just don't see him working out. Otherwise, I would say, pay me my $10 million this year. I know that's guaranteed.
Yep.
So pay me that. I'll bet on myself. And if you guys don't want to pay me after this is over, then I'll look elsewhere. That's what I would do.
And then what? He plays a year at $10 million in Dallas, goes to Carolina.
It's more money than he's ever made.
Absolutely. And again, I look at that, but I'm long-term money. You know, you play in Carolina for 2 years, then you go back to Memphis and you're working at your dad's barbecue joint for the rest of your life, and nobody ever said, remember that Tony Pollard guy?
I wouldn't say that.
When was the last time you thought of Felix Jones?
How much money did Felix make?
Not as much as Tony Pollard.
That's exactly right. Look, if you've got a good accountant, right?
Sure.
And some financial people, $10 million will last you the rest of your life. You can turn that into something else. Who knows? Maybe he goes and buys his dad's barbecue joint and dad's working the place.
But are you going to be able to make money on your Tony Pollard, I played for the Cowboys name for the rest of your life?
I don't know. Look, I don't think those guys think about that right now. That's not what they're thinking about.
I think they do. I think that's a big reason why you see so many of those former Cowboys stay living in Dallas, because they get to enjoy the Cowboy benefit that they have for the rest of their lives.
If Tony Pollard has a good season this year, and the Cowboys are successful in whatever you define success to be, which I think Cowboy fan at this point in time, it's Super Bowl or bust. But if Pollard has a good year, he plays, doesn't get hurt, and things work out well for him, I think the Cowboys will have no choice but to sign him and pay him something.
Again, I don't think they can. I mean, pay him something, yes, but not in the 10 million neighborhood, not with Diggs, not with Parsons, not with these other guys, Dak, that they've got to pay.
Yeah, but if you're Tony Pollard, you're making 10 here, and you get a contract after this for $18 million, then you've won.
I don't see it happening. Not that way.
If he
he
has
might get 18 before this year. After this year, I think the Cowboys are looking for another running back.
Well, then I'm not taking the 18 if it's not completely guaranteed. Why would you? Tony probably be stupid to do that.
Well, no,
he's got $10 million in his hand right now. Why would you go back down and say, okay, I'll take 6, and then something happens? I wouldn't.
Would you rather have $6 million a year for the next 3 years or 1 year at 10?
Well, it depends on what's guaranteed. Is more than 10 guaranteed? In that scenario, 3.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the guarantee?
Well, I mean, you understand how the contracts work. If he's guaranteeing himself 18, it's going to be a 3-year, $30 million deal, but only 18 of it's guaranteed. So that's all you really need to talk about, not the other money.
When I asked you a minute ago, would 18 of it be guaranteed? You said no. That was your answer. We can roll back the tape.
Well, no, this year. Before this year, I would give him that. Next year, no. That's how the franchise tag works.
You would give him $18 million
guaranteed this year
for the life of the contract.
Right now.
Okay.
Season starts. He plays that season. Bye-bye.
I just said, there you go. That's fine. I'll take 18 guaranteed if I'm Tony Pollard. Sure.
It's going to be interesting.
You're confusing the hell out of me. Because you're changing. Your story's changing all over the place.
Do you sign now or do you sign later?
Sign now. And so you're saying it's. So in your scenario, you're saying giving him a 3-year, $30 million deal, 18 guaranteed.
Team friendly.
I wasn't even wanting to do that. I said 3 years, I don't know, 24, 25 million, 18 guaranteed. I'll take it. Yeah, you're confused. It's okay.
Not really. Yeah. I just don't see.
That's why
Tony
you're sitting here across from me and you're not an agent.
I'm not, and you don't negotiate well, but that's why I said it. As soon as Pollard got the deal,
I think I negotiated great.
As soon as Pollard got the franchise tag, you knew he was done with the Cowboys. Bottom line.
That's not bottom line. No, that's not what Steven said. They've been trying to work a deal with Tony Pollard. They've got till July 17th to do so.
And I think by the rules of the franchise tag, you have to at least pretend to negotiate in good faith. That's how the rules work.
Here's a beer bet for you. I bet you before July 17th, Tony Pollard has at least a 3-year contract.
All right. I like beer.
It's time for another beer bet with the Blitz. Oh, Jason and Joe go head-to-head with the biggest bet of the weekend. Here's the Blitz.
All right. Beer bet is on.
All right. Before July 17th.
Okay.
Because that's the deadline.
You guys are going to have to remember this. We'll talk more about it. Take your phone calls as we continue here on the Blitz. And no matter what Tony Pollard does, he needs to figure out ways to secure the value of his wealth. And one of the ways that if I were talking to him, I'd say, hey, dude, go to noblegoldinvestments.com because gold is a great, safe investment to secure your wealth, especially if you're thinking long term. You look at other economic news that is out there right now about bank failures and devaluing the dollar. Gold is safe with a great long-term trend. If you're not sure how to buy gold, it ain't hard, but just go to noblegoldinvestments.com. They're going to email you their gold and silver investors guide. And when you get them on the phone, they'll walk you through everything. Very customer-friendly, very easy process that they walk you through. White glove service from the start of it until the gold shows up in your mailbox. noblegoldinvestments.com. It actually comes FedEx and you got to sign for it, but you get the point. And you think about where gold was, say, in 1970, $35 an ounce, where it was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. If you're thinking long-term, don't wish you did this down the road. Go to noblegoldinvestments.com today. You're welcome to use promo code STAR for a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin they're offering people that qualify. noblegoldinvestments.com is the website. noblegoldinvestments.com.
The number 1 pick in the 2023 NBA draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
It's the NBA draft and Wemby to the Spurs. Live coverage Thursday night at 6 on your home for Wemby Mania. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
I know a lot of you really want the State Farm personal price plan, but what's with the oversharing? Like this voicemail from Leah.
Jake from State Farm. Listen, so sometimes I like to nibble on licorice and pretend I'm a teeny mouse chewing through wires.
You don't need to get that personal. The State Farm Personal Price Plan helps you create an affordable price just for you. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Prices vary by state. Options selected by customer. Availability and eligibility may vary.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Missions Baseball is back tonight at Wolf Stadium. It's AARP $2 Tuesday, presented by San Antonio Sports Star. Gates open at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:05. Go to SAMissions.com for tickets. We are San Antonio.
Listen to this station anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Odyssey. That's AUDACY.
Injuries happen, and when they do, skip the ER and get to the Ortho Now Injury Clinic by TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Ortho Now provides walk-in care for injuries like broken bones, dislocations, sprains, and strains. Conveniently located in the Corey area with extended hours Monday through Saturday with on-site x-ray casting and bracing, Ortho Now has everything you need to treat your injury, and best of all, no urgent care or emergency room copay. Learn more online at TSAOG.com.
When you're drinking a frozen beverage from McDonald's, your brain may not like how refreshingly cold it is, but the rest of your body, oh yes, it's gonna relish every moment of it, because there are drinks. Then there are drinks from McDonald's.
There's no better way to cool down than with this cool deal. Get a medium frozen Coke, frozen Dr. Pepper, or frozen Fanta for just $1.79. Prices at participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
The most exciting jewelry buying opportunity is happening right now at Diamonds Direct. Pick any jewelry item and get up to 5 years special interest financing or take up to $5,000 off right now. Everyone's loving this because you get to design your ring and your payment plan and take advantage of our most flexible options ever. Hurry, this amazing offer ends June 30th. Enjoy financing for up to 5 whole years or get our best ever sales price. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. Get details, directions, and more at diamondsdirect.com. On approved credit.
Guys, stop what you're doing. Give me a few seconds of your time and let me give you a piece of advice that will change your love life forever. Have you noticed you've been losing a little pep in your step? Has your lady friend asked you, is everything okay? Do you find yourself having trouble rising for the occasion? Do you stress out before that special moment and wonder, is it gonna work? Guys, I'm going to let you in on a big secret. You don't ever have to worry again. The Mojo Male Enhancement Formula has you covered. Mojo is the 100% guaranteed male enhancement formula that guarantees lasting success, if you know what I mean. The Mojo Male Enhancement Formula is safe, natural, and effective every single time, guaranteed. Mojo is available in a fast-acting spray and a quick-action capsule. Do yourself and her a favor and call Pure Line Nutrition in San Antonio today. They'll get you set up for success. Call 210-494-2210. That number again is 210-494-2210. Mojo Male Enhancement, only available at Pure Line Nutrition.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, it is Wemby week, so we're going to talk Wemby. Then we come back from break, Wemby again, and just for fun, one more time with some more Wemby. It's Wemby week. It's Wemby watch, and they're going to be out at that Root Pub on Thursday afternoon, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Blitz. Now back to the Blitz. Joe, that was a cute little floaty you were floating in out there in your pool yesterday.
My rubber ducky.
At least you didn't sink to the bottom.
I didn't. That's all that matters.
He's Joe. I'm Jason. The Blitz here on 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. What would you do? That question for Ryan Engel. Fledge, what could be going on in your world? Blink 182, you've got tickets to the show that would keep you from going to the show.
Death.
Okay. Would that keep you?
From going?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think death would keep me from going. My spirit might go.
Your own death?
Yeah, my own death.
Somebody else's death? Well, I'll get a call later, but I'm going to the show.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, Blink-182 is one of those kind of bands. But
Okay.
a guy like Pledge, I would imagine all kinds of things would be going on in his world. It could be, and I'm going to the show.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fair. You got tickets, you might as well go.
Might as well.
The stepson of the British billionaire guy who was in the submarine headed for the Titanic confirmed that his dad is missing.
Uh-huh.
And posted a news article. And then a couple minutes later posted a picture of him out at the merch stand at the Blink show in San Diego. And then said on his social media, it might be distasteful being here, but my family would want me to be at the Blink-182 show as it's my favorite band and music helps me in difficult times.
Well, I mean, what's he going to do? Dive in? I mean, I don't know. Are you going to just sit at home and wait for word? That's just a sad thing. I mean, I'm not saying that's what I would do, but I can kind of see the dude's point. I mean, there's nothing he can do.
I mean, you wait by the phone?
I guess. He's probably got a cell phone.
He probably does. And in fact, there are a couple things about the photo, and I don't want to get too sidetracked, but clearly in San Diego, Blink-182 had a merchandise stand outside. And there's no line, which tells me they have a bunch of them. Alamo Dome, pay attention. Anyway.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Blink-182.
Yes.
Wasn't that one of the Kardashians dating or married or whatever she is?
Travis Barker.
Yeah. Well,
he's the drummer.
She announced she was pregnant.
Yeah, he knocked her
at the
up.
show.
Yeah. How about that?
See, I do know things about Blink-182 because I'm forced to watch the Kardashians.
You don't know anything about Blink-182. You know all about that
I have to watch that
and you
stuff.
know who's sleeping with who and who's pregnant by who. That's
Yes.
it. That little submarine.
That's nuts, isn't it?
Well, is it?
Would you get in that thing?
No.
No.
I will tell you, I did 3 days on the USS Pennsylvania. We were in Roosevelt Roads, Puerto Rico. Had a chance to go on a submarine for 3 days, and I went doing some PR stuff. That's being on a sub is no thanks, man.
Yeah, a bit claustrophobic, man. But then you got this little sub where I saw a deal where they were showing how you get in there. You just sit there, you take your shoes off, and there's not a lot of room in that thing.
Well, no, the Ocean Gate's not a big submarine at that.
Dude, I'm sorry. And not to mention the fact you got to pony up $250K.
Well, I mean, it's for rich people. It's interesting. In the Bahamas, they had little submarine type boats you could get on to go tour around the reefs and things like that. I wouldn't do that either.
No.
And they're not going but 30, 40 feet. I mean, the Navy has sent some equipment after this to look for them because they're running out of air.
Yeah, it's like 70 hours of air or something like that. That's all they had.
Yeah, 96. But I mean, it goes quick.
Ugh.
It goes quick.
Well, I mean, I can't even imagine the. I mean, you'd have to really psych your mind out, especially when you know you're lost and people are hopefully looking for you, but you're in a a space smaller than this studio.
Mm-hmm.
And having to just sit there and you can't go anywhere.
Well,
I'd be freaking out.
Even if you were on a massive submarine, you can't go anywhere.
Well, I get that.
I mean,
a little more room to walk around, though.
Well, and I mean, looking at this, I don't know I saw a video from the inside. It's not bad for what you're doing, for the explorer type in you.
It's supposed to be a 6-hour tour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pee before you go.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is there a pot on that thing?
I'm sure there is.
Or a can or something? I mean, because eventually
it's a Gatorade bucket, but it works.
And especially now. They've been down there for a couple of days.
Well, did they bring snacks?
Ain't all they're doing.
Did they bring snacks?
I wouldn't think so. 6 hours.
You still want snacks?
You're supposed to go down, look around, come back up. Then you go to dinner.
Mm-hmm. Seems cool enough.
Dude, I'm sorry. That's no, not for me. I've been watching these I Survived things.
Oh, good Lord.
Dude, and it's like freaky, some of the stuff that these people survive.
People survive all kinds of stuff.
Yes.
We started watching. I hate when I forget the name of a show, Rise. How about that? But they took off on a plane and then it lands 5 years later, but they don't age. Not the movie, but it's a show on Hulu or Netflix or
That
something
was a
like
movie,
that.
though,
Yeah,
wasn't
but I
it?
think it was a movie, but now it's like a series. I
Wow.
thought we were actually starting a movie, then it went to episode 2, Manifest. Same kind of thing. You get on the plane, 5 years later, it lands.
Wow, where they
Although-
go through the Bermuda Triangle?
I don't know where they went. They don't know where they went, but it's actually not a bad series.
All right.
Not bad. Lots of different twists.
Okay.
Ocean Gate.
I hope they find those people. I really do.
I have no problem with the kid going to the Blink 182 concert.
Well, I kind of don't either. I'm not saying that's what I would do, but
I would.
Everybody's got to handle it their own way.
Might not have posted.
Now, I may not have either, and maybe wore a fake mustache or something.
No, I wouldn't do that. I mean, nobody knows who this guy is. Then again, he is the stepson of a billionaire.
That's nice. Hey, check this out on YouTube, Lucas. I'm not even going to try to say your last name, Lucas. I apologize. All right.
Sure.
Listening from Barcelona, Spain.
Very cool.
Thank you for that. That's awesome.
Listen to the Blitz every day from Barcelona.
Outstanding. Thank you very much.
What time is it in Barcelona?
Yeah, what time is it, Lucas?
Is it late at night and are you drunk? Are we a morning show over there in Barcelona?
Wow, that's kind of cool.
I'm kind of curious
wow.
now.
Maybe we're a very early morning show.
Barcelona's a fun town.
See, I've never been. That's a bucket list, though.
Spain?
Spain, yeah.
Spain is fun.
I want to go to Spain. 7 hours ahead of Austin, Texas. So I guess that's us. So right now it's 11:35 in Spain.
So they've had their nap and they're getting ready for dinner. That's how they do it over there in Spain.
What, at midnight?
The dinners are late.
Really?
Dinners are late.
All right.
And everybody takes a nap in the middle of the day.
I'm good. That sounds good to me. But that's a bucket list thing. I want to go to Spain.
Apparently, we're planning a trip to Greece and Croatia.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Who's we? You and your wife?
Yeah. Well, the wife said that's where she wants to go next.
Now, see, I'll give you a little advice there.
Yeah.
Don't take one of those ferries out to the islands. That was the last episode of I Survived. Just saying. Friendly advice.
Well, you got a new ferry now.
Well, hey.
It's Wemby week in San Antonio. And you know we are going to be doing it up right Thursday night out at the Rue Pub there at 281 and Redland Road. If you're out there during the lottery party, you saw the videos, you know you want to be at the Rue on Thursday because it's one of those days where you want to be around a whole bunch of people. We know what's going to happen. And to celebrate, the Rue has come up with the Wemby Burger. French foie gras, right? Black truffle sauce, Kobe beef, French onion strings for $1. Plus all the Yinglings for $1 to celebrate the #1 pick there at the Rue Pub. Big games, big events, TVs all around those 3 massive 170-inch screens. That's why the Rue Pub is the go-to spot. And the food is fantastic. And I can't wait to try the Wemby Burger. The Rue Pub, 281 in Redland Road, right next to the Angry Elephant. We'll see you at the Rue.
Military veterans and active duty service members, you could become a certified cyber warrior with just 12 weeks of training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, and IT pros with these skills often enjoy abundant opportunity and a great lifestyle. Protect our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. GI Bill, SkillBridge, and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
There's never any FOMO with the iHeartRadio app. You won't ever have to miss out on your favorite shows and contests with this radio station again. Radio 24/7, 365. We're here when you want us. Stay connected and listen anywhere when you download the free iHeartRadio app.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
Over there.
are statistically
It's still alive.
unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clear skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
O'Reilly. Win the battle against rust and corrosion with PB Blaster at O'Reilly Auto Parts. PB Blaster quickly busts loose rusted, corroded, or frozen parts. PB Blaster is great for everything from bolts to frozen locks. Right now, pick up an 11-ounce bottle of PB Blaster for just $6.99, plus get 2 times O rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Meet Joe A, Joe B, and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect. Support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
All guests appearing on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star appear on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. On Twitter at Joe Reinagel 210. You can tweet at me at Jason Minix. And you can always dial up or text in on the Kia Bossa Smoke Meats phone lines 210-656-ESPN 656-3776. Wemby week here in San Antonio. Thursday night it will be official. Wemby has arrived in the United States and is on tour. He's going to throw out the first pitch tonight at Yankee Stadium.
Just saw a picture of him, in fact, signing autographs there at Yankee Stadium. And it's what's funny about that is all the people around him just look really short.
Well,
they really do. But he's in shorts and tennis shoes, and he's got a Yankee jersey on, and so it's kind of cool. Yeah, his rock stardom has certainly begun there in New York. No question.
And the other part of it that's is interesting, is if that's the right word. All the talk about his Nike deal. He has been seen sporting just a nice white polo with the Nike logo. So apparently that is done. I know he had something overseas, but apparently it's carrying over here. I'm sure now with a lot more zeros.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a nice little raise he got already. So, I mean, I don't know how else to describe it, Jason. Everything we're seeing, it is just a rock star tour for him there in New York, and that continues at Yankee Stadium. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of reaction he gets from the crowd, the Yankee fans there. I would assume it's going to be nice. Like I say, I saw a picture of him signing autographs there on the field just a few minutes ago, and then again he'll go to the draft, and then when he comes here, boy, the rock stardom will certainly continue.
You know, and it's interesting because San Antonio is such a unique place for our professional athletes, which I do think is one of the reasons why so many have chosen to stay here, is because you can go to dinner and not get bothered. I remember one time we were doing our show over at a Buffalo Wild Wings there at 281 and 1604, and David Robinson and Bruce Bowen were in there eating lunch, and nobody said a word to them until they stood up.
Right.
Then, you know, people went and got some autographs, and they were kind, but nobody did anything. I think a lot of people stayed like, oh, there's David.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'm done. I'm going to be late for work. Lunch is over, but I'm going to wait. But you know, they didn't bother him while they were eating. And
that's typical here.
And that is typical here in that regard. I remember one time having lunch with Josh Beckett over at the Stoneworks. And some guy walked up to Josh, this nasty looking, dirty Boston Red Sox hat, and said, "Hey, Josh, will you sign this?" And he's like, "Well, I'm eating lunch right now, but if you wait for me in the bar, I'll be glad to sign everything." I mean, Josh had his hands around a burger at the time.
Right.
And the guy was like, "Man, I got to go to work. Come on, man." And then he was like, I told you, if I wait for me in the bar area, I'll be glad to sign and take pictures when we're walking out of here, probably in the next 15, 20 minutes. And the guy called him a bad word, called him an A, and he looked at me and says, and people call me the right. But that is so rare in San Antonio.
Very rare.
And Josh has his reputation, but it is that kind of interesting, like most of the time you don't see that in San Antonio. But I wonder how much that changes with Wemby, because he is going to be such a global superstar. And I don't know that we in San Antonio have ever experienced this. I don't think many in San Antonio realize how big Tony Parker is in France, or how big Manu is in Argentina.
Yeah.
Because the way they act, but with the social media that came along during those guys' careers, it's so different for Wemby.
It's going to be incredible. And we're already seeing it. I mean, look, the fact that the draft hasn't even happened yet, and the Yankees are inviting this kid to throw out the first pitch. I mean, just think about that. So it's not just a San Antonio thing. You're right. It's an international thing, and it's nuts. And this guy has already, I mean, he's a worldwide celebrity, because social media is a big reason for that. You're absolutely right. I mean, people have been watching this kid play ball on social media and YouTube and whatever else, here for a couple of years now, and watching him and being told about him. And so, yeah, this is it's going to be a phenomenon. No question about it.
And you think about the fact that he's 19, you wonder, how is he going to handle all the pressure that comes with being Wemby? And you go back and you look at LeBron, who was on the cover of Sports Illustrated while he was in high school. His high school games were televised. I look at Wemby has been a pro for a couple of years over in France.
Yeah.
But when you see interviews with him, he doesn't look or act like a 19-year-old.
He doesn't.
And in so much of what he says and does, he already sounds like a San Antonio Spur. In fact, stadium, he went on JJ Redick's, three old men in a podcast, or old man in a whatever. He went on Redick's podcast, and listen to this kid that's coming to San Antonio, who is 19 years old.
we have seen this happen to a number of young athletes who lose, I think, a sense of reality, and they lose that grounding principle of their life. What is your totem?
You know what you just said about young players. This is something I've thought about a lot. I know I'm never gonna turn like this. Like I know I'm never gonna lose a grasp of reality and just do some, you know, because I know what I want. Like I'm driven from the inside of my heart, and like nothing can put me out of my path. Like I do everything. I do everything I can, so I deserve what I get. And I think some players are really talented, physically or technically, you know, really, really talented. But their mind isn't like as good as their body is. You know what I'm saying? My totem it's something bigger than basketball. You know, it's just life. It's just accomplishing yourself inside this universe. You know, when I need motivation, when I need energy, and I feel tired out, when I need a fight on the court, and it's hard, I always remember I'm free in that universe. I do whatever I can, and I know what I want to do, and nothing's gonna stop me from doing it. And I always got that in mind. And it doesn't just stop to basketball. You know, it's about life.
Yeah, that's it.
Man, Jason.
Well said.
Jason. He's reached enlightenment.
I'm not sure I'm really understood because you know, in French I know I can make myself understood, but in English sometimes I'm not.
No. It's you understood. You understood. It's very clear. It's very clear. Man,
boy, those beeps just kind of frighten me.
Well, I mean, it's like JJ Redick is like, what have I done with my life? You're a 19-year-old, and you're so more advanced than I am at whatever age I'm at.
Well, right. It's true, and you love what he. I even like the fact that, you know, there's a few beeps in there. That's okay.
One of those was his.
Little salty,
yes.
Exactly. A little salty. That's fine. I mean, you're right. He sounds like he's 30 years old, like he's been in the league for 10, 12 years. So I don't think, Jason, and maybe I'm the only one here, the only one listening, I don't think I realize what a big star this guy is. I mean, and just watching here over the last couple of days, it's been enlightening. I have to tell you, just in all transparency, this kid is, I mean, he's a big star already. Doesn't matter what, he hadn't done anything in the NBA.
Well, there's a reason LeBron called him an alien. And who knows if that nickname sticks. He's been called a unicorn. His nickname is actually Wemby. But whatever. I mean, he's going to end up with a nickname. And he is going to make so much money in global endorsements.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even funny. The idea of reading about Wemby's structure, how much sleep he gets on a daily basis, and it's structured and documented, what he eats. I mean, it's fun to say, well, what breakfast taco spot are we taking him to? That dude's never had a breakfast taco.
No.
He's never going to have a breakfast taco.
No, he might.
He's not.
He might.
He's not.
Come on.
He. I mean, everything that goes into that kid's body is well planned.
Dude, everybody has something, even though no matter how they take care of their body.
Maybe. I mean, but you just, I mean, he sounds like such a seasoned pro already and mature.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna take this as a shot at, say, Zion, but look at and listen to the maturity level that you're hearing from a 19-year-old Zion, a 19-year-old Wemby, compared to where Zion was even coming out of Duke, or the stuff that you're reading about now. You know, clearly based on Mariah Mills' Twitter, you know, Zion's priorities aren't with basketball. They are with Wemby. It's all basketball 24/7. And in his words, he is just so driven.
I wonder how many times he's been here in the United States. I know he's been here a time or two. Has he really gotten the feel, though? Because, look, it's going to be different than what he's used to there. He's going to have some influences that maybe he didn't have in France. I don't know. And maybe he's disciplined enough that all that's just going to be outside noise, and he's not going to deal with that.
Unlike an 18, 19-year-old that gets to go to college and they're away from mom and dad for the first time and they go nuts like most of us did.
Yes.
I don't see that being an issue for him.
Well, we'll see. I hope not.
It's going to be very interesting to see. And again, Thursday night, he'll become officially ours. At Nico the Wise tweets in, any chance the Spurs do not draft Wemby? No, dude, no chance.
That's what I retweeted him. No chance.
No chance. Funny, but no chance.
And if they did, you would never see the end of it. That's when the city might get violent. Never done it. They know how to celebrate, but
no.
If that happened, it could get ugly.
I mean, Brian Wright, the Spurs GM, told the Express News yesterday. Nobody's. I mean, you're not even calling because there's no way they're giving up Wemby.
Did you get that invite?
I did not.
I didn't either.
No.
My phone was on.
You were in the pool.
Is that
too lazy to get up and go get it?
That's it.
Wemby Thursday out at the Rue Pub, 281 in Redland Road. That's where we're going to be watching the draft. It's going to be fun stuff. Fun stuff. It's the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Yeah, I got to tell you about my good friends at Stevens Roofing for a couple of reasons. I mean, my goodness, you know how hot it has been, and heat, just like wind, just like rain, just like hell, can take a toll on your roof. Look, if you think you have a leak in your roof, or if it's just that time where it's just time for a new one, you want to make sure that you go with somebody that knows what they're doing, deals with the same weather that we do. That's Stevens Roofing. All of their folks that work for Stevens Roofing live here. They deal with the same weather we do. You want to work with Stevens Roofing, not to mention the fact that they're not going anywhere. And they've been here for a long, long time. And they got a great saying, buy local, stay local, trust local with Stevens Roofing. You know, the pros of Stevens Roofing can repair and install all kinds of roofs, whatever you need. If you want a metal roof, they can do that. Commercial project, they can do that. And if you've got a claim, let Stevens Roofing deal with your insurance company. They'll take it right off your plate. Take that stress away from you. Give them a call, 210-785-0994. They'll send somebody out, check for any damage, and they're going to give you an honest assessment. Whether it's a simple leak or a complete roof replacement, Stevens Roofing is your local roofer, and they're here for you, rain or shine, and they're here for years to come. You can get them online at stevensroofing.net, but don't forget that saying. You want to buy local, you want to stay local, you want to trust local. You can do that with Stevens Roofing. 210-785-0994.
It's R&R in the morning.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, it's Wemby week. We'll keep the Wemby watch rolling. And where does Mike McCarthy rank amongst his peers?
We'll also look around the NBA for other trades that might need to happen. Zion, you listening? As far as Mike McCarthy, I think some NFC East fans might be a little upset with this ranking. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Welcome to What If, the show where I, Jake from State Farm, answer your insurance what-ifs. We've got a call from Millie. What's up?
Hi, Jake. What if, hypothetically, a moose gets mad at my car and rams into my windshield? Hypothetically.
Oh, just file a claim on the app. At State Farm, we're there for your what-ifs.
Great, but what if the moose eats my phone? Hypothetically.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or go to statefarm.com for a quote today.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get the ultra-smooth, ultra-powerful iPhone 11 for $49.99.
He didn't stutter.
See every angle with dual cameras,
Make it a double.
all on America's largest 5G networks.
Large and in charge, baby.
Get with the power of Boost and get the iPhone 11 for $49.99.
That's half a Benjamin.
Boost Mobile.
Unleash your power.
ID verification required. New customers only at 1 per line. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
If you're hiring, it can feel like trying to find a needle in a haystack. You can hope the right person comes along, or you can just use ZipRecruiter. Like Marco, president of operations at Telly Tires and Auto Centers.
ZipRecruiter helps me find all the right people, even the most difficult jobs to fill.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Now try ZipRecruiter free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/FREE.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain. So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas? When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com.
Draft night, join the Blitz live at the Rue Pub, 281 and Redland Road. If you are there for the lottery, you want to be back. If you saw the videos, you know you want to be at the Rue. And to celebrate the #1 pick, the Rue will have the Wemby Burger, French Frog Raw, Black Truffle Sauce, Kobe Beef, and French Onion Strings for $1 to celebrate the #1 pick on draft day. And you can wash it down with $1 Yinglings. Thursday, join the Blitz starting at 2 at the Rue Pub, 281 and Redland Road. We'll see you at the Rue.
Hey guys, did you know June is Men's Health Month? Prioritize your health and address those issues you've been ignoring. Revive Men's Health San Antonio has guaranteed low T and ED solutions. Book your free exam and T-check today and save $199. And find out how you can get a free 1-month supply of custom ED medication. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
Hi there, I'm Dwayne Charping, owner of Roof Fix. We understand how stressful it is dealing with storm damage. That's why we're offering a special deductible relief program that gives you instant rebates up to $2,500 that you can use towards your deductible. Plus, our relief program also includes 0 down, 0 interest, 0 payments for 6 months with approved credit.
Call Roof Fix today at 210-FIX-ROOF or visit their website at rooffixsa.com.
Roof Fix, home of the low price guarantee. When you're drinking a frozen beverage from McDonald's, your brain may not like how refreshingly cold it is, but the rest of your body, oh yes, it's gonna relish every moment of it because there are drinks. Then there are drinks from McDonald's.
There's no better way to cool down than with this cool deal. Get a medium frozen Coke, frozen Dr. Pepper, or frozen Fanta for just $1.79. Prices at participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star, KTFM Floresville, your home for the Blitz with Jason and Joe on YouTube and always at sasportstar.com. San Antonio's Sports Center.
Wemby Week has begun here in San Antonio, and the French Phenom, well, he's in the United States. He's just way up there in New York, getting ready to throw out the first pitch for the New York Yankees. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN says that there is mutual interest between the Cowboys and Tony Pollard to find a workable long-term deal. That's the key, workable. Texas Rangers, Chicago White Sox, right here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Joe Reinagel.
That's the third time in 7 seasons the San Antonio Spurs are the NBA champions.
Jason Minix.
They go back to big day as Super Bowl champions. Dallas 52, Buffalo 17.
It's the Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minix. You can always get us on Twitter at Joe Reinagel210. Tweet at me at Jason Minix. If you're watching on YouTube, you can comment there. Subscribe to the San Antonio Sports Star YouTube channel. If you're listening online at sasportstar.com, we appreciate that.
Please do. Please do. And like Ray S. on our YouTube channel, if they don't pick Wemby, they can move to Austin. Stop. That's what he said. There's all kinds of comments here.
Yeah, Rudolph Gonzalez says, there's been other 19-year-olds to come to the NBA. You guys act like just because he's from France and he's been in his parents' house in a plastic bubble the whole time. There are 19-year-olds that are mature beyond their years. And
not very many of them, but yes.
And then you've got some idiot ones. I remember the first time talking to Lonnie Walker thinking, dude, you're only 19?
True.
I mean, there are some guys that get it. And you get guys that get it at a young age who then also have the talent to go with it. Then you have the opposite side is you've got all the talent, but the light bulb hasn't gone off in their heads yet from a maturity standpoint. And again, my daughter's 24. So, I kind of feel like her friend group, whether they were high school friends or college friends, they're you talk to some of them and you think you're just an idiot. Don't be out in the world yet. And you get others that are like far beyond that's just with this kid that they're getting seems like the whole package. He already feels like a Spur.
Well, he just feels like a great young man. I mean, it just looks, and watching him play over the last couple of weeks in these playoffs in France, nothing seems to bother him. He misses a shot, he just goes back. They get swept. He just, he goes on about his business. Nothing seems to bother him. The emotion is what I like, because he doesn't get too high, doesn't get too low, and he just moves on and goes on about his life. To me, that's fantastic, because any sport that you're good at, if you're not playing well or doing something well, sometimes that frustration will show. Well, with Wemby, it doesn't. And that's impressive to me.
It's what do you
see?
say?
I don't know, Pledge. He's from France.
Pledge. Well, I know that part. Do you know that, or are you just trying to be funny? You're just trying to be funny. I'm not even going to go there with what Pledge just wrote on our screen.
He's from France. That's all I'll say.
Pledge has his own show now from 6 to 7 called Extra Innings. He could drop that joke there instead of distracting us going, what are you talking about? Did I miss that in an interview? Wow.
Oh, it's going to be fun.
Eat your sandwich.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's Ray on YouTube says, I'm with Joe. Let him play in Vegas.
Yes.
That's the other thing with Wemby is he's apparently said he wants to play some in the summer league.
A little bit, he said. I saw a quote, and he said, yeah, a little bit. Look, he needs to rest. He's been playing a lot of basketball here lately. But, yeah, I just want to look, maybe that's selfish of me, but I want to see him in a Spurs uniform playing basketball. I don't care who he's playing against. Doesn't matter.
I want to see him put on the hat on Thursday night and then pick up the commissioner and hold him like he's a 3-year-old. That's all I really want to see.
Well, who's skinnier? Adam Silver or Wemby?
That's the Wemby's 230 pounds.
I know, but there's 7'5" of him.
Still though, he looks like he's about $150.
Yeah, I know it. He just it's a lot from the feet to the head. A lot of real estate there.
Mm-hmm. Let's do the headline blitz.
This is Jason and Joe's Headline Blitz. 2 guys, 2 opinions, never enough time.
Deion Sanders, Coach Prime, head coach at the University of Colorado, has no desire to ever coach in the National Football League. Do you buy it?
Yes. And his reasoning is, look, millionaires are millionaires, and they're not going to listen to my way of doing it, because it's his way or the highway. He says college kids are a lot easier to deal with when it comes to that kind of philosophy.
I don't know, man. I just, part of me feels like money always talks. Money always wins. If an owner out there offered him enough money, or at Colorado, if he is not winning quickly and has guys start transferring out, every coach that you see right now in college football always looks so stressed.
True.
Their jobs have changed so much with the NIL that it beats you down.
It does.
And when you're winning, that's one thing. If you're losing, it's another, and it's worse. So I wonder, for all college coaches, how long will they stay with the profession?
I think it depends on what happens, right, in the next couple of years.
The guardrails?
Well, it's funny that some of these coaches say that, and there has been no guardrail that I've seen come across. So I don't know, who's going to do that, and how's it going to happen, and what does it look like? Look, Sanders lost most of his team.
He didn't. He ran them off.
Well, he ran them off, and then he brought in players from the portal. So he's perfected that portal, I guess, and he's done a good job with it. So, But I don't blame him. He inherited a team that was 1-11.
And again, you look at it, I just wonder, one thing to say, I would never go to the NFL because one, if they offered you enough money, you would go. But college football and coaching kids is so different now in this NIL world. Hell, I played in a golf tournament over the weekend, the UIW's Forever First Foundation golf tournament. And their new coach, who's only 30, and they've had 3 head coaches in 3 years.
Right.
And he was talking about recruited portal. And I mean, it's the same thing. They lost like 9 guys. Well, then if you're UIW losing 9 guys, those are 9 of your best guys.
Sure.
Right.
Right.
Because, recruiting is, 28 hours a day at this point. It's nonstop. And so I just wonder, Dion, you're still on the honeymoon in Boulder. 3, 4, 5 years from now, if you ain't winning, and where is Colorado going to be in the Big 12? If you're not winning, the stress level, the pressure, the BS that you're dealing with versus the NFL, all you're doing is coaching football. And I go back to, Cliff Kingsbury talking about the differences. NFL, all you're doing is coaching football. And if you're really just a football coach, then yeah, you get to the NFL. You got other stuff you got to deal with, but you don't have to deal with what college football coaches are dealing with now.
That's a great point. However, he still wants to do it his way. He wants guys to, be accountable, be disciplined, be this, be that. And so I think what he's saying is the way that I go about coaching, these guys aren't going to take to. So we'll see what happens. I just seen him stay right there in Colorado and bring that, program up to where it needs to be and move into the Big 12 and do his thing. But come on, we've had this argument ad nauseum. There's got to be some guardrails. There has to be something. I mean, doesn't there? And we kind of forget about it, right? We don't want to talk about it. And I know we will once we get back into the season and those things happen, but it just seems to just kind of go away and everything's everything.
Speaking of guys that aren't going away, 2 guys that are unemployed NFL types, DeAndre Hopkins and Dalvin Cook, apparently want to get together and go to the same team. That according to Dalvin Cook, who was on a podcast with Adam Schefter.
Yeah, like you said, dynamic player like D-Hop. Everybody knows who D-Hop is. Like, you know what you're getting out of D-Hop, and you know what he can bring to your roster. And it's the same for me. Like, what the film speaks for itself. Like, I don't really got to do too much. Like, talking about who Dalvin Cook and DeAndre Hopkins is. But we haven't talked, and he was one of those guys that I was going to reach out to because, like, I know he got the same mindset as me. Like, we trying to go win. We trying to get on the roster and trying to go contend. So if we can't end up on the same roster and be on the same team, that'll be the beauty of the situation. We know what we trying to come do and what we bring to the team. So if we end up on the same roster, man, that'll be something epic for NFL.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, but it's most likely not going to happen, right? I mean, let's face it.
If they both are, and I don't think either one of them are going to get $10 million this year, but if that's the neighborhood that they're trying to get at right now, find me a team that has $20 million of cap space available for a running back and a wide receiver. You're on the 20th day of June. Ain't happening.
They don't. No, it's not going to happen. It's funny to me, though, and it's almost like D-Hop. I mean, he's politicking now. I've seen him on Twitter all day today talking about the receivers.
The wide receiver room I'm going to. We're going to be. Yeah,
that's what I mean. And I mean, does he feel desperate, you think?
I think desperate might not be the right word, but hurt that he doesn't have a team yet. When you think you're going to become a free agent and get a job right away, making what you want to make, and it doesn't happen. I mean, the Tennessee Titans brought him in for a visit, and they flew him in on Southwest Airlines. You're a pro athlete. You see all these other teams, they're rolling out the red carpet for guys, sending private jets, all that. And yeah, hopefully you had the A1 through 15 boarding pass, but I mean, still, they flew him in on Southwest. How much did they really want him if they flew him in on Southwest? And you're thinking $10 million a year? This is sign number 1 that I'm probably not going to get $10 million from Tennessee.
Well, he probably was able to get on where you get that first class seat. The one where you stick your feet out in the emergency row right there.
Sure.
It's probably what he got, and he requested that. I would love to know that. I know we talked about it on some podcast, but how did that come about? Does Tennessee just say, hey, your tickets are waiting?
We're flying you in. I'll email you the ticket.
Yeah, and it's
a Southwest flight.
So if you're DeAndre and you're looking at it Southwest, you're going, well, I'm not coming.
Well, I mean, you want a job, you get on the plane and you go.
I guess.
But it's weird, dude. Does the travel agent booking flight booking person who's got the best rate? Did they do that at Southwest.com or Expedia? Who's the best? Well, Southwest is the cheapest flight. It gets you here the fastest.
I guess.
I don't know. It just seems odd to think about an NFL guy on a business trip being bought by the team. They fly you in Southwest. I love Southwest Airlines, by the way.
He actually stayed there overnight. Would they put him in a Motel 6?
Well, I'm sure Marriott, because they're a sponsor.
I'm just saying.
Probably Courtyard Suites.
Courtyard.
Maybe they put him up at the Spring Hill.
Maybe Motel 6? Same thing.
He didn't sign.
No,
he didn't sign.
Well, then he goes to New England, doesn't sign there. But then I've seen reports that he's not going to until later in July. So I don't know
I don't know.
That is strange, though, that they flew him there on Southwest Airlines.
And what happens with Tony Pollard?
Wow.
Tony Pollard, will he get a new deal before July 17th? That's the deadline. We'll talk about that coming up with Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk. If you've listened to this show for any length of time, me for any length of time, you know that I typically have trouble sleeping and oftentimes will complain about the insomnia. That has changed for me recently. I discovered a new sleep aid from BraintreeNutrition.com. Now, I tried the sleep aid because it was, it's from a friend of mine. The company is founded by Andrew Sandejo, who played at Rice, played in the NFL as high school ball here in San Antonio up at Smithson Valley. Well, Andrew and a couple of his Rice buddies and then doctor, including a neurologist, they developed BraintreeNutrition.com. And I've tried many different sleep aids over the years that don't really work for me. You either wake up feeling groggy or they don't do anything for you. I tried this one again, supporting a friend, and man, I haven't slept this consistently in years. Go to BraintreeNutrition.com. They have 4 different lines that will help your overall brain health. I've been using Restore, which is the one to help with your sleep, and Think, which helps with focus. Brain health is mental health, and you can fortify long-lasting brain health with unrivaled cognitive power with Braintree Nutrition. Learn more and order online at BraintreeNutrition.com. That's BraintreeNutrition.com.
The number 1 pick in the 2023 NBA draft goes to the San Antonio Spurs.
It's the NBA Draft and Wemby to the Spurs. Live coverage Thursday night at 6 on your home for Wemby Mania. 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hi, Jason Minix here for Noble Gold and their website, noblegoldinvestments.com. If you've been thinking of how to secure the value of your assets and grow your wealth, you need to think gold. After the latest bank failures and other economic news that could devalue the dollar, gold is a safe investment to secure your wealth. If you're not sure what to do, that's not a problem. Go to the website, noblegoldinvestments.com. At Noble Gold, they will walk you through everything. They'll even email you their gold and silver investors guide. Go look at what the price of gold was in 1970 up until today. Go and look at what the price of gold was 10, 15 years ago. A lot of people wish they would have bought back then, either in physical gold or an IRA. Don't wish you did this down the road. Go to the website today, noblegoldinvestments.com. Use promo code STAR for a free 5-ounce America the Beautiful coin they're offering people that qualify. Mark it down to due today. noblegoldinvestments.com. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
Hello, my name is Jason Thompson. I'm an attorney and owner of the Thompson Law Firm right here in San Antonio. In the short amount of time I have to talk to you, I want you to remember 2 things. First, if you or a family member is injured in an auto collision, remember, you need to call an attorney as soon as you can after the collision. I don't have enough time to tell you the many, many reasons why, but trust me, the earlier you contact an attorney, the better. Second, when you call is as important as who you call. I want you to call me, Jason Thompson, at 210-900-0400. I've been representing people injured in motor vehicle and trucking collisions for 28 years. Each placed their trust in me to do everything it takes to attain a just and fair recovery and to get honest, trustworthy legal advice. You can trust me to do the same for you. If you or a family member has been injured in an auto collision, call me, Jason Thompson. My number is 210-900-0400 or at my website, alawyerforus.com.
The Golf Club of Texas has some of the best course conditions with the friendliest staff. The golf is great. They have a lighted driving range and practice area. While it feels like a country club, it's not a private club. It's open to the public, so bring the family into the 10 Cup Bar. It's the nicest sit-down restaurant in that area of SA, specializing in Texas food, wine, and spirits. For golf or dinner, go to Golf Club of Texas off Highway 90, online at golfclubtexas.com. The Golf Club of Texas, the friendliest golf course in Texas.
Not all pizza places are the same. Mellow Mushroom originated hand-tossed, stone-baked classic Southern pizza. Not in the mood for pizza? Order a calzone, hoagie, sandwich, burger, or a mellow salad and see how care goes into every item on the menu. Take your pick from 24 draft beers and or handcrafted cocktails. And many of the pizzas can be made gluten-free or vegan. Mellow Mushroom is at 1604 and Stone Oak Parkway. Hang with friends, watch the game, and mellow out at Mellow Mushroom.
The most exciting jewelry buying opportunity is happening right now at Diamonds Direct. Pick any jewelry item and get up to 5 years special interest financing or take up to $5,000 off right now. Everyone's loving this because you get to design your ring and your payment plan and take advantage of our most flexible options ever. Hurry, this amazing offer ends June 30th. Enjoy financing for up to 5 whole years or get our best ever sales price. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion. Get details, directions, and more at diamondsdirect.com. On approved credit.
San Antonio Metro Health would like to remind you to stay safe during extreme heat events. Limit your time outdoors and do what you can to cool down. Be sure to stay hydrated by drinking plenty of water. For more information, visit us online at sanantonio.gov/health.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, it is Wemby week, so we're going to talk Wemby. Then when we come back from break, Wemby again, and just for fun, one more time with some more Wemby. It's Wemby week. It's Wemby watch, and we're going to be out at that Roof Pub on Thursday afternoon, 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. with the Blitz. Now back to the Blitz. Joe, that was a cute little floaty you were floating in out there in your pool yesterday.
Sure was, Rudy. It did the job.
It is Wemby week here on the Blitz 94.1 at San Antonio Sports Star. You either talk Wemby or you talk Dallas Cowboys. We talk a lot of both here on the Blitz. And talking Cowboys, you bring in the best, and that is Shireen Williams from ProFootballTalk.com. She joins us on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Shireen, interesting story that kind of has percolated over the last couple of days is a long-term deal for Tony Pollard. And admittedly, when he signed the franchise tag, I figure, okay, he's got 1 year and then he's going to be gone, which is why I wouldn't have been mad if the Cowboys drafted a running back high this past year, because I don't see them paying Tony Pollard big money. Has that changed? Is there anything new on the Tony Pollard long-term contract front?
I'm going to be surprised if they do that, unless they get some kind of deal that benefits the team rather than benefits the player because of how the Zeke contract worked out. Now, Zeke was a first-round draft pick, so I realized they were in a pickle and had to sign him to that second contract. But the way that thing worked out, I mean, they lost a lot of money and would have cut him a year earlier if not for that contract. So I know they'll be careful with paying a running back, because frankly, all teams are with paying running backs. They don't want to pay them, and we know that. And Tony Pollard knows that, and Ezekiel Elliott certainly is finding that out right now. Hasn't gotten the deal he wants. Maybe hasn't gotten any deal so far. So. I know they'll be careful with that. I would be surprised if they sign him to a long-term deal. I do think they'll let him play out this franchise tag and then see what happens during the season, what kind of season he has, and decide if they want to re-sign him and how much they want to pay on the open market. But yeah, I'm going to be surprised if that happens. And I just think, just like all teams think, I have the same attitude. You can find running backs anywhere. You can find them in the mid-rounds of the draft. You can find them in free agency. You can find them really anywhere. You look at the running backs who are on the market right now, and there's a reason they're still on the market. The Dalvin Cooks and Ezekiel Elliott's and all those guys who are still on the market, the veteran running backs. So you'll be able to get running backs any time of the year, basically, before training camp starts, or you can draft one get a younger player who costs you much less money.
You know, Shireen, it's interesting because we've been having this discussion all day when it comes to Tony Pollard. Obviously, he's got $10 million guaranteed. If he's going to make $10 million if they stick with the franchise tag. If they go with something else, say a 3-year deal with Tony Pollard that's a little more team friendly, wouldn't it behoove you if you're Tony Pollard to try, and his agent, to try and make that happen before the season starts, before that July 17th deadline?
Yeah, I think so. It depends on how much he's willing to bet on himself, what they're offering, what he feels like. You're right. If he gets the free agency next year, he may not get anything close to what the Cowboys might offer now. And if that's the case, if they can come to some agreement that makes sense for both sides, then maybe they get something done, and then you have your running back on the roster for next year. Because right now, you look at that roster, they don't have a running back that they can count on, a starting running back for 2024 under contract. So they're going to have to do something at that position, whether it is sign Tony Pollard to a long-term deal or go out and find somebody or draft a running back. You don't want to be in the position either of going into the draft and going, oh my gosh, we don't have a running back, so we're going to have to spend a high draft pick on a running back to make sure we get a running back. You don't want to be in that spot either, which I think they were kind of in that spot when they took Zeke. They had let DeMarco Murray go, and they had used the running back by committee, which they did with the receiver position later on, and neither of those things worked out. I do think you need that good, solid 3-down back, running back, which Tony Pollard is, and so they really like him, and they feel like that's who he is. They saw it last year when he became that running back one. So if they can get, again, it's got to be a team-friendly deal. I don't think they're going to pay him huge money at that position. It's not going to be Christian McCaffrey money. You're not going to give him anywhere close to that. So it's got to be a team-friendly deal for them to sign him long-term.
Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk joining us here on the Blitz. Certainly nothing in double digits, so nothing 10 or above on a long-term deal. But what do you think, based on what you've seen, especially this offseason in the running back market, what would be considered team-friendly as far as number of years, average salary, and then what that guarantee would look like?
Yeah, I haven't really looked at him that closely. It's something that they're going to have to consider, what their salary caps look like over the next X number of years, how many every years they want to give him. You have to think about the running back position and how quickly these guys go downhill. Their legs start to fall off. He has not had an injury history yet, so you don't really have to factor that in, but you do have to factor in the fall off effect. At what age do they feel like that he's going to start to fall off? And you don't want to have him under contract for a big number when that fall off happens. So they have to consider all those things and take all those things into consideration when they make a deal. They're not going to franchise him again another year. This is a one and done. So you decide whether you want to try to sign him now, whether you want to let him play this out, try to sign him then, or like they did with DeMarco Murray, say, we have a set price we're willing to pay. And if he accepts that, great. And if he doesn't accept that, then we're willing to let him play this out. And then we're going to go find a running back somewhere else, whether it's drafting a running back or however that happens. But I do hope they don't do that running back by committee and the receiver by committee that they've tried. And you just can't do that. You do have to have a guy who is your number one receiver, your number one running back that you can count on as the number one guy. And I hope that after seeing what they've seen, after DeMarco left at the running back position, after Amari Cooper left at the receiver position, that they know that, you have to have, or even farther back before Amari, they went out and got Amari because they didn't have the number one receiver. But you've got to have that guy, that lead guy at the running back position, or that lead guy at the receiver position.
Hey, Shireen, you're absolutely right. And I think, Cowboy fans have been kind of wanting to see Tony Pollard pull the entire load. And I think really for the first time, we're going to get that opportunity this season to see if he is that every down back. I think he can be, certainly, and I think he's got the potential, but he deserves that opportunity. I think whether you're going to keep him long-term or not, This is Tony Pollard's prove-it year, I think. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, no question about it. And he's going to get that opportunity. When you look at who's on their roster, I was looking at the Browns yesterday, and Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com had said, "Well, the Browns want to sign a third running back, but they don't want to pay big money, and they're not going to get one of those big name backs." So they have Nick Chubb, so that makes sense. But when you look, I started looking at their depth chart behind him. They really have nobody else with much experience behind Nick Chubb. This is going to be his team, his time. And he had over 300 carries last season, but I think Tony Pollard's probably going to be in that same category. It's going to be the same deal when you look behind him. How much can you trust those guys behind Tony Pollard? In my mind, not very much. Maybe they'll get a chance to prove themselves in the preseason and in some early regular season action, but I don't see anybody on that roster behind Tony Pollard who you're going to count on at crunch time. It's going to be Tony Pollard's show unless they sign somebody else, sign a veteran back to come in and help him out. It's going to be his show. He gets his chance to shine, and he'll get his chance to make some money.
Shireen Williams from Pro Football Talk joining us here on the Blitz as she does every Tuesday. Shireen, it's the off season. It's late June, so you get all the different lists that are coming out.
Mm-hmm.
Sports Illustrated has a list of the 32 head coaches and ranks them. Mike McCarthy's in at number 17. After back-to-back 12-win seasons, it just seems like, is that just a shot at Mike McCarthy because he's a Cowboy, or do you think that's about right for where Mike McCarthy is?
No, I don't think it's right. I mean, when you have a Super Bowl winning coach, there aren't a bunch of those guys in the league, and you compare Jimmy Johnson was right. You compare Sean Payton's record with Mike McCarthy's record, it's almost the same. They've each won one Super Bowl, and yet Sean Payton is nationally is way more well thought of than Mike McCarthy is for whatever reason. And everybody wanted the Cowboys to go get Cowboys fans wanted their team to go get Sean Payton. But truly, when you do look at their record, it's pretty much the same. They pretty much have been the same coach over X number of years. They do the same things. They're both offensive minds in the game. They both had great quarterbacks, Hall of Fame quarterbacks that they've tutored and called plays for in their careers. So they're not much different. So I'd be interested to see where Sean Payton was on that list.
Number 3.
Where Mike McCarthy. Well, then you got to put Mike McCarthy there at 3 or 4 because they're the same guy basically. So I would argue if Sean's 3, then Mike McCarthy's got to be in the top 5. There just aren't that many coaches in this league who've won Super Bowl.
Well, and he's at 7. For the record, Andy Reid is 1, Belichick 2, Sean Payton 3, Kyle Shanahan at 4. Then you've got Tomlin, Harbaugh at number 6, Sean McVay at 7, Peterson at 8, Nick Sirianni is at number 9, and Mike Vrabel at 10.
Yeah, I mean, some of those, I just question, like, they haven't won Super Bowls, so how are you
Brian
putting those
Daboll's
guys
at 13.
That's just, people do these things to make you talk about it, and we're talking about it, so that's why they did it, You can debate a lot of these things, but I definitely think that he should be in that top 10. I love Kyle Shanahan. I think he's probably the best offensive coach in football right now. Maybe you say no, it's a Chiefs with what they've done, but he also doesn't have Patrick Mahomes, which is why I'd say Kyle Shanahan is the best offensive mind in football right now. Look at the quarterbacks that he's done it with. He took a rookie quarterback last year. And having said all that, I don't know how you rank him above Mike McCarthy, who's won a Super Bowl. He has beaten Mike McCarthy over the last 2 years, but he hasn't yet won that Super Bowl. So, until you win that Super Bowl, and you can say, well, he did it with Aaron Rodgers. Well, that's fine, but he's still done it. And until those other guys do it, I just think you have to rate him a little bit higher. Mike Tomlin sounds like to me he's a little low as well. He's one of the best coaches in my mind in the NFL, and that sounds a little low to me for him.
I tell you what, I think it's a bias sometimes because I think people rate Sean Payton a little higher than he should be, and his reputation has gotten so big, Shireen, that I don't get it. I really don't get it sometimes.
I love Sean Payton. I think he's a very good offensive coach. I think he showed last year when he wasn't there. To me, the best thing that he did that showed what a great coach he was 2 years ago. I think they started 4 quarterbacks, including Ian Book, 2 years ago. And they still, I believe, made the playoffs. And if they didn't, they were right there. They had a winning season anyway. And I thought what he did with those bad quarterbacks 2 years ago showed me what a great offensive coach he was. And then fast forward what they couldn't do without him last year with Andy Dalton and Jameis Winston at quarterback. So the last 2 years really, to me, have said more about Sean Payton than even winning that Super Bowl. I think he's a really good offensive mind, a great offensive mind, one of the best in football. I think he's going to do great things in Denver. But again, we're just comparing records and Super Bowls and all those things and what they've done, Mike McCarthy is right there with Sean Payton in the stats. And I think, if we don't see it this year, Mike McCarthy's going to be gone. But I think you're going to see this year that he's a pretty good offensive mind himself. And again, if he's not, then Mike McCarthy's not going to be around next year.
Shireen Williams. Follow her on Twitter at NFL Shireen. Read her there at Pro Football Talk. Shireen, always appreciate it. We'll visit next week.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. The great Shireen Williams on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Buyers Barricades provides traffic control, rental, and sales for San Antonio and beyond. Online at buyersbarricades.com. Wemby week is here. Wemby is taking over New York. Guy looks odd with the baseball in his hand. We'll explain as we continue here on the Blitz. Now, it's hot. The oven's on, man. It's stupid hot out there. Not the time for your AC to go out. If it does, there is one company to call, and that is Quarter Moon Plumbing, Heating, and AC. 210-651-5899. 651-5899. At Quarter Moon, they are experts at worst case scenarios, and if your AC goes out, it is worst case. Big job, small job, residential or commercial. Their service trucks are fully stocked, and they have all the equipment needed for any job. At Quarter Moon, they have an experienced staff that has earned an A-plus ranking with the Better Business Bureau, and they are green certified. 210-651-5899 is the phone number. 651-5899 or online at quartermoonplumbing.com.
Attention business owners. Stop throwing your hard-earned money away on rent. Imagine owning your own building and saving thousands every year. Sound impossible? Not if you use General Steel. General Steel can help you save thousands by owning your own custom-designed building. Just call 888-74-STEEL. That's 888-74-STEEL to see how much money you can save with General Steel. Our buildings come with a 50-year warranty, and thousands of companies, from Fortune 500 corporations to startups, have trusted the General with their building needs.
If you need to expand or start a new business, you really need General Steel.
I'm very impressed with General Steel. Everyone's been extremely helpful. I'd recommend General Steel to anyone looking to build a steel building.
Stop wasting money on rent. Call 888-74-STEEL. That's 888-74-STEEL to find out about all our popular quick construction kits, including a 40 by 60 foot building or a 50 by 100 clear span building. Just call 888-747-8335 now. That's 888-74-STEEL.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug, get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
over there
are statistically,
it's still alive.
Unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Discover credit cards automatically double all the cash back you earn at the end of your first year, which means... Wait, hold up. Question for the audio engineer.
Go ahead.
Did I read that right? Discover automatically doubles all your cash back?
Yeah, that's what the script says.
So if I get a Discover card right now, I can earn twice the cash back.
Apparently. Wait! Unlimited first-year cash back match. Only from Discover. See terms and learn more at discover.com/match.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. With My Plan, you pick only the perks you want and save on every one. So you get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And for a limited time only, get the amazing iPhone 14 Pro Max on us when you switch with Select Trade-in and Unlimited Plus. Act now and get iPhone 14 Pro Max with My Plan at your Verizon store today. Up to $1,599.99 device payment or full retail purchase with new smartphone line postpaid Unlimited Plus plan required. $200 Verizon e-gift card sent within 8 weeks with portal. Plus up to $1,000 trade-in promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR. Trading conditions apply.
You could throw your flip-flop at a bug.
Ew, a bug. Get it.
But the chances of actually hitting it
Over there.
are statistically
It's still alive.
unlikely. Good thing nature's got your back. Stem bug killers combine powerful active ingredients found in plants like lemongrass and geraniol and scientifically engineer them into effective bug-fighting formulas, safe for use as directed around people, pets, and throughout the home. Stem, rooted in nature, optimized by science.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, trunk lids, license plate holders, and headlights. They've got lots of headlights. When you need parts, get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. eBay Motors. Let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Missions Baseball is back tonight at Wolf Stadium. It's AARP $2 Tuesday, presented by San Antonio Sports Star. Gates open at 6 p.m. First pitch at 7:05. Go to samissions.com for tickets. We are San Antonio.
Ribs, burgers, chicken. Submit what you grilled or smoked, and you could win a $50 gift card from Tri-County Meat Market.
So good and tasty.
Grilling with the Blitz. Joe Reinagel, Jason Minix, The Blitz on 94.1 San Antonio's Sports Star.
Wemby. It's almost Wemby time. Dude, I'm getting jacked up just seeing video of him walking around Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, and the baseball that he's holding, it looks like a marble.
He literally, and I retweeted it, he put on his Instagram a picture of him holding a baseball, and he said, LOL. It looks like me holding a ping pong ball.
Yeah, I mean, it really does.
And
it's
then
crazy.
you see him holding a bat. And I don't know if he actually took batting practice or just held a bat. And all I could imagine, if you've seen that video of the Savannah Bananas where they have the guy bat and then run the bases on stilts, that's what that's what Wemby looks like.
That's exactly right.
It just, I mean, he has taken over New York. He's throwing out the first pitch at Yankee Stadium tonight, which at his size, he should go to second base. Because by the time he has his windup and delivery, he could probably just drop the ball in the catcher's mitt.
That's going to be great. I can't wait to see the video of that.
It's insane. He'll be the number one pick on Thursday.
Yeah.
But while in New York, he's making the rounds.
Mm-hmm.
And look, he got in, and the NBA must have him on this whirlwind of a schedule. He went on JJ Redick's podcast. And listen to what is coming to San Antonio.
We have seen this happen to a number of young athletes who lose, I think, a sense of reality, and they lose that grounding principle of their life. What is your totem?
You know what you just said about young players. This is something I've thought about a lot. I know I'm never gonna turn like this. Like I know I'm never gonna lose a grasp of reality and just do some, because I know what I want. Like I'm driven from the inside of my heart, and like nothing can put me out of my path. Like I do everything. I do everything I can, so I deserve what I get. And I think some players are really talented, physically or technically, really, really talented, but their mind isn't like as good as their body is. You know what I'm saying? My totem is it's something bigger than basketball. It's just life. It's just accomplishing yourself inside this universe. When I need motivation, when I need energy, and I feel tired out, when I need a fight on the court, and it's hard, I always remember I'm free in that universe. I do whatever I can, and I know what I want to do, and nothing's gonna stop me from doing it. And I always got that in mind. And it doesn't just stop to basketball. You know, it's about life.
Man, Jason.
Well said.
Jason. He's reached enlightenment.
But I'm not sure I'm really understood because in French I know I can make myself understood, but in English sometimes I'm not fluent.
No. You're understood. You're understood.
It's very clear. It's very clear. Man, I wish I was free in the universe. I wish I was free in the universe.
I mean, JJ Redick then tweets out a copy of the clip, and that's the clip that they dropped. The full episode comes out tomorrow for the podcast that Redick does, Old Man in a 3. But he even tweets out, I mean, enlightenment at 19 ? I mean, not only are the Spurs getting a ridiculously good basketball player, but he's 19. And listen to him in his drive.
Got his head on straight, that's for sure. Knows where he's going, knows what he wants to do, what he wants to accomplish. I tell you, the more you see this kid, and I know a lot of you have been watching him for a long time. I haven't.
You're getting Wemby fever, aren't you?
Well, you know what? I like what I see. Obviously, I want him to do well here in San Antonio. And again, I don't like the tanking. It worked out. It's good. I like this kid. I think he is a guy that he's a Spur. I mean, he's got the Spur attitude. He's going to fit in great here. I think Pop is going to love coaching this guy. And it just seems like a win-win. And you hear him talk. I mean, how can you not like him? How can you not like a guy that talks the way that he does, that has his head on straight the way that he does? It's hard not to like the guy.
I mean, it almost feels a little too good to be true. And I imagine all those losses when they got that number 1 pick. I mean, Brian Wright has said there's nothing that another GM can call that would make them part ways with that number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
There is no doubt who the Spurs are taking. And for those of you, wouldn't it be funny if the Spurs, took a Scoot? No. Oh, are you kidding? This guy is going to change San Antonio in ways none of us can fathom right now.
And not just on the basketball court.
That has nothing to do with basketball. Yeah. I mean, the global impact that a player like Wemby will have is probably going to be far greater than Tim, Tony, and Manu had combined.
Well, I mean, certainly from an international standpoint, San Antonio is going to reappear on the map with big, bright lights. There's no question about that. More people will know about San Antonio, know where it's at, know what's here, know what Wemby's doing here. And so, from that standpoint, boy, if you're a Chamber of Commerce, you're thrilled. Thrilled. The tourism, the reporters, everything that's going to that will come into San Antonio and the amount of money that will be infused into the city is going to be crazy.
Well, I just think about what the international press was like for Tony and Manu.
Yeah.
And even Mink Batur for that matter. And he wasn't even a star player,
that's
right?
Gee,
but
forgot about him.
Well, most did. But I imagine it's going to be 10 times greater. The attention, the Beatle-like mania that clearly is going to follow Wemby. You're seeing it right now in New York.
Yeah.
I don't know, and if somebody out there is it typical for the projected number 1 overall pick to throw out a first pitch at a Yankees game the day before the draft?
I've never seen that.
Right. And again, maybe it does happen, and because it's never affected San Antonio, we don't give a damn. Okay, cool, that was nice.
Yeah, maybe so.
I mean, so I guess that is possible. If the Yankees or Mets are in town, hey, go throw out the first pitch. This would be fun. But it seems like there's more of a pre-draft media blitz right now, pun intended, for Wemby than typical.
Yeah.
You see, like during the NFL draft, and I imagine tomorrow, everybody that's going to be in the green room will have activities that they're going to do throughout the day. That's normal. But what we're seeing out of Wemby right now, this doesn't seem normal.
No, it doesn't. It's rock star like. That's exactly what it is. Rock star like. He's getting the treatment, and you're right. I would imagine there's a lot on the schedule for tomorrow as well for young Mr. Wemby.
Just remember to put on your schedule to be with us out at the Roo Pub on Thursday. We're doing the Blitz live from 2 to 6. They're at the Roo Pub 281 and at Redland Road. they're going to have the new Wemby burger that they're going to unveil. It's French foie gras, black truffle sauce, Kobe beef, and French onion strings for $1. All the Yingling drinks to wash it down. Yingling Flight, Lager, all $1 to celebrate the number one pick.
All $1.
All $1. Dollar beers, dollar Wemby burgers.
You come on out and get full and have a few beers.
And honestly, it's going to be one of those times where even though we know what's going to happen, when it happens, we're all going to say, pinch ourselves, is this real?
Absolutely. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Just, I don't know, will it be the same excitement as it was when the lottery balls fell, but it's still going to be that kind of vibe.
It's going to be that kind of vibe. But no, will it be like it was on lottery night? No, because now we know what's coming. It just still doesn't feel real. I need to see him hold if I'm watching him and seeing the photos of how he holds a baseball, how is he going to hold the commissioner? You know, like the commissioner's 3. I need to see that hat on his head.
I don't know. Silver's kind of tall, isn't he?
Everybody's kind of tall until they stand next to Wemby.
Silver's like 6'3".
Even tall guys look short next to Wemby. I mean, he's literally walking around Yankee Stadium, and it looks like he's the high school kid walking around with a bunch of kindergartners.
I nailed it. 6'3" for Adam Silver. Just saying.
Well, you finally nailed something. If you need an electrician, electric is available to you 24/7 for residential and commercial needs. I know I've used Hill Electric for a variety of projects at my house through the years. They do fantastic work and have for over 3 decades. The family-owned Hill Electric has served San Antonio homes and businesses. They have the right capabilities for whatever your project is. But the best part is there's never a service charge and always free estimates. So it costs you absolutely nothing to figure out what it will take to get a project done. And there's no company better than Hill Electric to get that project done. So call them 210-404-9074, 404-9074, or hill-electric.com.
It's R&R in the morning.
Tomorrow on R&R in the morning, it's Wemby week. We'll keep the Wemby watch rolling. And where does Mike McCarthy rank amongst his peers?
We'll also look around the NBA for other trades that might need to happen. Zion, you listening? As far as Mike McCarthy, I think some NFC East fans might be a little upset with this ranking. The party starts at 6.
It's your wake-up call. R&R in the morning, 6 to 10 on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
Hey, everyone. Michael Kielbasa here with Kielbasa Smoked Meats. Since 1949, we've made our sausage with real smoke and honest meat to create our uncompromising slow method to craft that famous mouth-watering Kielbasa experience. I hope that when you see our product, you pick it up, take it home, and try it. And if it's not the best you've ever tasted, I'll give you your money back, guaranteed. Find Kielbasa Smoked Meats in a store near you today.
Gravely momentous savings event is going on at Bill's Tractor. Get up to $1,000 off select Gravely zero-turn mowers. Bill's Tractor is offering 0% financing for approved buyers with payments starting at only $104 a month. Gravely mowers are designed for exceptional comfort and built for dependability. Don't miss the Gravely momentous savings event at Bill's Tractor and save up to $1,000 on the new Gravely zero-turn mower. Test drive a Gravely mower today or visit BillsTractor.com.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new place. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clear skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Tired of garage clutter? Garageization can organize your garage with cabinets, shelving, overhead racks, and more. Right now, buy 8 feet of shelving and get 4 feet free. Learn more at GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com. GarageOrganizationSanAntonio.com.
Hi, I'm attorney Steve Benke. If you've made the decision to divorce, you need an experienced attorney who can help. I've helped many people get through divorce, custody, child support, and alimony problems. Call me. I'm attorney Steve Benke.
210-DIVORCE or go to BenkeLaw.com.
Hey guys, did you know June is Men's Health Month? Prioritize your health and address those issues you've been ignoring. Revive Men's Health San Antonio is guaranteed low T and ED solutions. Book your free exam and T-check today and save $199. And find out how you can get a free 1-month supply of custom ED medication. Call 210-615-7777. That's 210-615-7777. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com today.
The year is almost half over and you're still dealing with that knee or hip pain. Enough is enough. Pills are not the answer. Surgery is not the answer. You need to call QC Kinetics today. Hey, it's James Pledger with 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. The advanced regenerative medicine solutions at QC Kinetics can give you life without chronic joint pain. You can do all those summer activities you used to enjoy. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in taking healing properties from your own body and then applying them right into your achy joint, so your joint tissue can be repaired and restored naturally. The treatment is truly revolutionary. Patients across America are having life-changing results, and there's no drugs, no surgery, and no downtime. If you have pain in your knees, back, shoulders, hips, you need to stop what you're doing and call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Learn how the latest advances in regenerative medicine can give you your life back. Call 210-571-0318. That's 210-571-0318. Locations in Hollywood Park, Westover Hills, and New Braunfels.
If you travel as much as the San Antonio sports guys travel, while you're on the road, be sure to take us along. Listen to the 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star live stream anywhere on the Odyssey radio app.
It is the Blitz here on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star. He's Joe Reinagel. I'm Jason Minnick. I've never anticipated a first pitch like the one we're going to see from Wemby there at Yankee Stadium.
I tell you what, there's video on Twitter of him walking around with a group of people, and he just towers over everybody. It's insane.
Dude, I'm watching a video of him juggling 3 baseballs. Seriously. What can't he do? Look at that video.
Well, then when your hands are that big,
still,
he could probably do 3 more.
Well, he could probably do bowling balls. I mean, those baseballs look like little ping pongs in his hand.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, I always wanted to juggle 3 balls like that. I can't do it. I only managed 2.
Let's do our injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. Dr. Brad Tolan joining us now on the Buyers Barricades guest line. Not an injury to speak of, Dr. Tolan, but when you look at a player, a human being the size of Wemby, medically speaking, what are the Spurs' biggest concerns to try to keep him healthy and on the floor?
Well, you look at guys that size, and a lot of them end up having back problems, and just the wear and tear and the pounding, running up and down the court, and jumping, just takes a toll on you. And he's pretty lean too, so he's over time, over years, you see these guys end up bulking up a little bit, which will help them. But I think that's really the major issue. And you worry about the knees also, and so back and knees would probably be my 2 concerns for the long-term duration.
You know, Doc, when you say that and you look at that, why is that? It's just because, I mean, the bones are so long, or I don't get why that would be, because, I mean, 7'5", it's not a normal person, but why would they be a little more injury prone in that respect?
Well, I think if you take a 7'5" guy and he's doing desk work and regular everyday stuff that people are doing, I think he's still at a higher risk than somebody else just because of the stresses that go across those joints over time. Then you throw him on a basketball court, which are a lot of other elite athletes, where you're running and jumping and contorting your body. It takes more of a stress on those joints that will deteriorate faster. I mean, humans aren't made to be that big. And, you could make the argument that humans aren't made to play some of the sports that we all enjoy watching either, because it just takes an incredible toll. And that's why after a certain age of playing for so many years, there's a precipitous deterioration of their skill level also. So, and again, it's likely just the chronic wear and tear and these chronic injuries that over time become more difficult to recover from.
When you talk about injuries, we often talk about it with baseball when it comes to Tommy John surgery. Now, Lance McCullers Jr. of the Astros had surgery on his right forearm to repair a flexor tendon and remove a bone spur, but it wasn't Tommy John. It sounded like Tommy John, but they said it's not Tommy John. What's the difference?
So he actually had previous Tommy John surgery on the same elbow. So Tommy John surgery is an injury to what we call the ulnar collateral ligament, which is if you put your arm in front of you and you touch the inside of your elbow, where you hit your funny bone. There's a ligament that attaches near where your funny bone, a little bit lower down the arm, and that gives you stability when you throw the ball. And if you've ever closely watched a pitcher throw, with their arm really externally rotates, and watch what it does to their elbow. Their elbow almost whips through from when the arm goes all the way back to what we call follow through, where after you release the ball. And so there's incredible stress on the elbow. So the ulnar collateral ligament over time can stretch, and that's what Tommy John surgery replaces. And Tommy John was the first player to have this done back in the 70s, about 1976. With a reconstruction of that ligament. And in fact, the physician that did the surgery didn't think it would actually work. And obviously it did work, and there's been refinements over time that have improved the technique and have gotten baseball pitchers in particular back to be able to actually resume their career at a relatively high level. What he had, it sounds like a flexor tendon injury. Now the flexor tendons actually attach to just above where that ligament is. And so sometimes it's difficult in examining somebody, and even with MRI studies, especially in somebody that's had previous surgery, to determine, is this a recurrent stretch injury to the ulnar collateral ligament, in which case would require a second Tommy John type of procedure, or is this a flexor tendon injury, which you see a lot of pitchers on the DL for short periods of time with these injuries during the course of a season. And in his case, it sounded like it was more a flexor tendon injury, which is where the tendon attaches right above that ligament. And this bone spur that they were talking about probably was a result of his previous Tommy John surgery, because those flexor tendons attach to where you attach the ligaments for the Tommy John surgery. And I suspect over time you can actually, those muscles will pull on the bone and create a spur. Or sometimes even after Tommy John surgery, you can have a little bony irregularities there from the surgery itself that can sometimes be a source of irritation as well.
Interesting stuff. Dr. Brad Tolan, always appreciate the insight and knowledge. The injury update powered by the Sports Institute at TSAOG Orthopedics and Spine. They're online at tsaog.com. That'll do it for the Blitz. Extra innings with pleasure coming up next on 94.1 San Antonio Sports Star.
It's the Blitz with Jason and Joe. Follow Jason at Jason Minutes and Joe Reinagel at Joe Reinagel 210 on YouTube and always at sasportstar.com.
And that's the way it is.
KTFM Floresville.
Love this radio station.
San Antonio's Sports Center.